She's the golden captive I ripped from my betrayer's claws.
Fragile, fierce, and utterly forbidden.
One taste of her fire, and revenge twists into something primal. I chain her to my bed, mark her with my scars, stretch her until she breaks for me alone. She fights, she yields, she demands more, her body arching under my horns.
Begging for the beast I can't contain.
I'm not her savior, I'm her ruin. She's the only chain I'll ever wear. Stay tuned for scarred monster obsession, size difference claiming, captive heat that burns everything down, and a Minotaur who steals his enemy's prize, only to find his forever queen.
Happily ever after guaranteed.
Chapter 1. Rofan. The harbor smells like home, but yet it has been so long it doesn't feel like home. I haul the last crate from the merchant ship's hold, my shoulders screaming protest. The burned flesh of my palm splits where it's pulled too tight over the rope, but I don't let go. Pain is an old companion. I've learned not to flinch from it. "That's the lot," the captain calls from the deck above. He's a pot-bellied Minotaur with kind eyes, which makes him a fool. Kind Minotaurs don't last long. "You earned your passage, stranger. We're square." I don't answer. Words cost energy I don't have. I set the crate down with the others and step back into the crowd of dock workers before he can get a good look at my face. The hood of my stolen cloak stays up. No one needs to see what's underneath. Corona spreads before me in the failing light, white stone buildings climbing hills above the harbor like teeth. The city of my birth, the city that forgot me. I watch merchants haggle over the day's catch, sailors stumbling toward brothels, children playing tag between market stalls. Life, loud and messy and utterly indifferent to my return. Good. I prefer it that way. The sun bleeds red across the horizon, painting the harbor the color of old wounds. My hands throb in rhythm with my heartbeat. The burn scars never stop aching. White tissue twisted across both palms where I gripped the fire-run flask, the lava eating through skin and muscle down to bone. They healed wrong. Everything healed wrong. I flex my fingers slowly, feeling the limited give of ruined flesh. These hands once hauled lines and gripped wheels, once held cups of victory and the waists of willing women. Now they're claws, broken tools for a broken body, but they can still kill. My eyes drift up from the harbor to the hills beyond, finding what they've been searching for since we rounded the point this morning. There, the mansion overlooking everything, perched like a crown on Corona's brow. White marble columns catch the dying light. Gardens cascade down the hillside in terraces of green. Torches are being lit along the walls as evening settles in. My mansion, my family's estate for 6 generations, passed from father to son, each adding to its glory. I was supposed to die there as an old captain, fat and honored, surrounded by children and grandchildren. Instead, I'm standing in dock filth with an empty belly and murder in my heart, watching a thief sleep in my bed. "Did you hear? Senator Romas is hosting another symposium next week." The voice comes from 2 dock workers nearby, unloading dried fish into baskets. I go still, listening. Course he is. Man loves the sound of his own voice. The second worker laughs. Though I suppose he's earned it. Hero of the fire run and all that. Blessed by Zukiev herself, my wife says. Only the second Minotaur in history to complete the trial. Yes, if you count old Rekod. Rekod's just a legend. Romas is real. Brought back the sacred flask and everything. Even fought off that mad captain who tried to murder him on the island. What was his name? Rofan. Rofan the Damned, they call him now. Poor bastard went mad from the island's corruption. Tried to kill Romas in his sleep. Senator had to leave him there to save the crew. My hands clench. Fresh blood seeps through the cracks in my palms, warm and slick. I watch it drip onto the dock stones, 3 drops before I force my fingers to relax. Well, Romus is a better Minotaur for surviving it. Did you see him at the arena last week? Sponsored 6 fighters. 3 of them won. That's because he pays for the best. Man's got more ducats than sense. More ducats than the rest of us combined, you mean? They move on, voices fading into the general chaos of the docks. I stay frozen, breathing through my nose, counting heartbeats until the rage passes. It doesn't pass. It never does. But it settles back into the familiar cold weight in my chest, where I keep it caged. Rofan the Damned, the Mad Minotaur, the Betrayer. That's who I am now. Not Captain Rofan of Corona, Master Navigator and twice Blessed Sailor. Not the Minotaur who completed the fire run and lived to tell it. Just a footnote in Romus's heroic legend. The villain in someone else's story. I pull my cloak tighter and turn away from the mansion, from the workers, from the city that believes its lies. My reflection catches in a puddle of dock water, just a glimpse before I step over it. Even that's enough. Sunken eyes in a gaunt face, fur patchy and dull, horns that were once my pride now chipped and scarred. I look like something that crawled out of a grave. Fitting. I'm something that crawled out of a grave. Several graves, actually. Agino's cursed shores, Ilri's blood-soaked arena, Ark's smithy and its soul-drinking magic. Each one should have killed me. Each one tried. But I'm still here. The warehouse district sprawls east of the commercial docks, all rotting wood and forgotten cargo. I pick my way through shadows, noting the changes. New buildings there, collapsed ones here. A whole block burned and rebuilt in cheaper materials. 20 years changes everything. I find shelter in an abandoned customs house, its roof half-caved but walls still sound. The floor is covered in bird trash and broken glass, but I've slept in worse. I drop onto my haunches in the corner with the best sight lines to both exits and let my pack slide from my shoulders. Everything I own. A stolen blanket, a water skin, a knife with a chipped blade, and 3 small pieces of dried meat I've been rationing for a week. I eat one piece slowly, forcing myself to chew when my body screams to just swallow and find more. There is no more. There won't be more until I can work or steal again. But I'm not here to work. I'm here to take back what was stolen from me. Every single thing. Through the broken wall, I can still see the mansion on the hill. Torches burn in the windows now, warm and golden. Music drifts down on the evening air. Someone's playing a jinryaha, the notes crystalline in the darkness. There's laughter, the sounds of life, of comfort, of a man who believes he's safe in his stolen kingdom. Romus doesn't know I'm here, doesn't know I survived, doesn't know that every breath I've taken for the last decade has been for this moment. He will. I pull the knife from my pack and lay it across my ruined palms. The blade is nothing special. Iron, poorly balanced, more tool than weapon. But it's sharp. I've made sure of that. I test the edge against my thumb, watching a thin line of blood well up. My blood. Still red. Still warm. Still proof that I'm alive when I should be dead 100 times over. I think about Egino, the volcanic island where it all ended, or began, depending on how you count. The fire run was supposed to prove my worth, cement my legend. Instead, it destroyed me. The island's corruption, the monsters, the faceless figure whispering promises in the dark. And Romus, my rival turned betrayer, sailing away with my ship and my crew, while I screamed his name from the shore. I think about the years after. Madness. Slavery. The arena. The women of Ark's smithy bleeding my strength away night after night until I was a husk. Each horror a new layer of scar tissue over the Minotaur I used to be. I'm not that Minotaur anymore. That arrogant captain died on Aegino's black sand. What came back is something else. Something harder. Something with nothing left to lose. The music from the mansion stops. A figure moves past one of the lit windows, tall, broad-shouldered, confident. Even at this distance, even as a silhouette, I know him. Romas, living in my house, sleeping in my bed, wearing the hero's crown he stole from my corpse. Not anymore. I don't have a plan yet. I have no allies, no resources, no leverage. Just rage and patience, and the willingness to do whatever it takes. It'll have to be enough. Tomorrow I'll start watching properly, learning his patterns, his habits, his weaknesses. Every fortress has a weak point. Every hero has something he values more than his own life. I'll find it. I'll take it. And then I'll take everything else. I wrap the blanket around my shoulders and settle back against the wall, knife still in hand. Sleep doesn't come easily anymore. Hasn't since Aegino. But I've learned to rest without sleeping, to keep watch even when my body shuts down. The mansion's lights burn on through the night. Let them. Let Romas feast and laugh and believe he's untouchable. He's not untouchable. He's just a thief in a dead Minotaur's house. And the dead have come home to settle accounts. My hands throb. My ribs ache. My empty stomach cramps. Every part of me hurts. Has hurt for so long I've forgotten what it feels like not to be in pain. But pain is just proof I'm still here. Still breathing. Still hunting. I shut my eyes and let the darkness take me, knowing tomorrow begins the real work. Revenge is patient. Revenge is thorough. Revenge is the only thing I have left. And I'm very, very good at taking back what's mine.
Chapter 2. Helen. I wake to sunlight through gauze curtains and the familiar weight of dread. Romas visited last night. I lie still, cataloguing the damage without looking. Bruises on my inner thighs, soreness between my legs, the ache in my jaw from keeping my expression pleasant while he used me. Nothing severe. He was in a good mood, which meant he was careless rather than cruel. Small mercies. The door opens. Marine enters with the breakfast tray, her face carefully neutral. She's been with me long enough to read the signs, to know when he's visited, to see the careful way I move, to understand without needing words. "Good morning, child," she says quietly, setting the tray on the small table by the window. "Good morning." I force myself to sit up, pulling the silk sheets around myself. Is he gone? Left before dawn. Senate business. She moves to the wash basin, begins preparing my bath. He won't return tonight. Relief floods through me, though I keep it off my face. A night without performance, a night to just exist. How lovely, I say automatically. I'll miss him. Myrene doesn't respond to the lie. We've perfected this dance, the careful pretense that everything is fine, that I'm happy, that this is anything other than captivity dressed in silk. I eat breakfast mechanically, bread with honey, fresh fruit, cheese imported from the mainland. The food is excellent, prepared by his private cook. I taste none of it. The bath is ready. I shed my nightgown and step into the warm water, letting it envelope me. Myrene has added oils, rose and jasmine, Romas's preferences burned into routine. She washes my hair with gentle hands, working soap through the long strands. We don't speak. We never speak during the bath. It's the one time I don't have to perform, don't have to pretend. When she's done, she helps me from the tub and wraps me in warmed towels. I stand at the window while she pats my skin dry, looking out over the eastern district of Corona. The villa sits on a small rise, walls surrounding the property. From my window I can see over them to the streets beyond, merchants opening shops, children playing, sailors heading to the harbour. Life, movement, freedom, things I don't have. "What will you wear today?" Myrene asks. "The blue dress, the one with the silver embroidery. Romus likes that one. Even when he's not here, I perform for the possibility of his return. She helps me dress, her movements efficient and practiced. The dress fits perfectly. He has excellent taste, I'll give him that. When I'm clothed, she brings the cosmetics. I sit at the vanity while she paints my face, kohl around my eyes, rouge for my lips and cheeks, pearl powder to make my skin glow. When she's done, I look like a work of art. Beautiful, expensive, decorative, not human. Your hair, she asks. Down, loose, the way he prefers it. She brushes it until it shines like spun gold, then arranges it to fall over my shoulders just so. Perfect, always perfect. Will you need anything else? Marine asks when she's finished. No, thank you. She gathers the breakfast tray and leaves. The door closes behind her with a soft click. I'm alone. I should feel relief. Instead, I feel nothing, just the familiar emptiness of another day in my gilded cage. I move to my bookshelf, the one indulgence Romus allows. He thinks it keeps me occupied and quiet. He has no idea what I do with these books. I pull down a leather-bound volume, The History of Milthar's Senate. Boring, dry, exactly the kind of thing a decorative woman shouldn't care about, which is precisely why I read it. I settle into my reading chair and open to the section on current senators. Find Romus's entry, written 5 years ago when he was first appointed. Senator Romas of Corona rose to prominence following his legendary completion of the Fire Run, a feat not accomplished in recorded history. His bravery and dedication to Milthar's glory made him the obvious choice for Senate appointment. I've read this passage dozens of times. Each time I notice new inconsistencies. The way it glosses over details, the vagueness about what actually happened on Egino, the convenient narrative that makes him a lone hero. Something about it has always felt wrong. I continue reading, making mental notes. In captivity, my memory is my only weapon. Every fact, every name, every date, I store it all away. Someday, I used to think, I'll use this. I'll escape and expose him and make him pay. But someday never comes. The morning stretches on. I read. I make notes in my mind. I watch the clock on the mantel tick away minutes that feel like hours. Around midday, Mirin returns with lunch. Cold meat, bread, fruit. I eat without tasting. The master sent word, she says as she collects the dishes. He'll be at the main estate tonight, hosting a dinner for his fellow senators. How wonderful for him. He says you may walk in the garden this afternoon if you wish. She pauses. The guards have been informed. Ah, my allotted hour of supervised freedom. That would be lovely. Thank you. After she leaves, I prepare for my walk. Put on soft slippers. Drape a shawl around my shoulders, even though it's warm. Make myself look like a woman grateful for her master's generosity. The garden is beautiful. I'll give Romus that. Imported flowers from across Protheka, carefully manicured paths, a fountain in the centre with a statue of Zukiev, goddess of the skies. My prison is prettier than most. I descend the stairs to the garden level. The guards nod as I pass. 2 of them, always 2. They don't follow closely, but they watch. They always watch. I walk the familiar paths, hands folded demurely, head slightly bowed, the perfect image of contentment. Inside, I'm counting steps, memorizing patterns, watching the guards from the corner of my eye. The one on the east wall, older, grey-furred, slightly slower. He rotates every hour, I've noticed. Predictable. The one by the gate, younger, more alert. But he gets distracted when the street vendors pass by outside. Brief moments of inattention. I catalogue it all, every detail, every weakness in their routine. Not because I think I'll escape. I'm not that naive. But because paying attention is the only control I have. Because learning is the only thing that makes me feel human. I complete my circuit of the garden and return to the fountain. Sit on the marble bench, arranging my dress just so. The picture of peaceful contemplation. The guards watch from their posts, making sure I don't try anything foolish like climbing the walls or calling for help, as if I would. As if anyone would help a senator's willing companion, even if I did call out. I return to my room after the allotted hour. The guards nod again as I pass. Such courtesy, such civility, such careful control. The afternoon is endless. I try to read more but can't focus. Try to practice the lyre Romus gave me but my fingers fumble the strings. Try to rest but my mind won't quiet. I end up at the window again, watching Corona live without me. A mother chases her laughing child through the market square. Lovers walk hand in hand down the street. An old Minotaur sits on his doorstep, smoking and watching the world go by. Simple lives, free lives. I press my hand against the glass, as close as I can get to that freedom. Someday, I tell myself, someday I'll be out there too. But I don't believe it anymore. Evening falls. Mirren brings dinner, roasted fowl, vegetables in cream sauce, honeyed wine, a feast for one. The master sends his regards, she says, setting the tray down. He hopes you're enjoying your day. Please tell him I am, and that I miss him terribly. The lies come so easily now. After dinner, Marine helps me prepare for bed, brushes my hair, brings my nightgown, white silk, nearly transparent, the kind Romus likes me to sleep in. Sleep well, child, she says, touching my cheek with unexpected tenderness. You too. Then I'm alone again in the darkness. I should sleep, should rest while I can. But I lie awake, staring at the painted ceiling where Zukiev ascends to the heavens. Does she see me? Does she care that one of her daughters is caged like a bird? Probably not. Gods don't concern themselves with dirty women. I count the days I've been here. 1,095. Just over 3 years. 1,095 days of performance, of pretending, of surviving. How many more until it ends? I try to sleep, but my mind fills with the usual fantasies. Romus choking on his wine, Romus falling from his balcony. Romus's throat slit while he sleeps. Dark thoughts. Violent thoughts. The only thoughts that bring me comfort. Finally, exhaustion wins. I drift into uneasy sleep, my dreams filled with freedom I'll never have, and revenge I'll never take. Outside my window, Corona sleeps too. And somewhere in the darkness, something moves. A shadow, a figure, watching, waiting. But I don't see it. Don't know that tonight, while I sleep in my gilded cage, my future is already in motion. That the man who will destroy my world and save it is already here, already planning, already coming for me.
Chapter 3. Rofan. I spend my days learning to be invisible. It's easier than it should be. Corona has changed in 20 years, but some things remain constant. The city still doesn't see its poor. I move through the streets in my ragged cloak, just another broken veteran or failed sailor, and eyes slide past me like water over stone. The wealthy Minotaurs in their fine togas don't look down. The merchants are too busy hawking their wares. Even the city guard barely glances my way. Good. Ghosts work best unseen. I watch Romus. Morning sessions at the Senate building, where he conducts the people's business with practiced gravitas. I stand across the plaza, hidden in the shadow of a temple column, and study him as he climbs the white marble steps. He moves with confidence, greeting fellow senators by name, his laugh carrying across the square. He's gained weight since Egino, prosperity settling around his middle, but he's maintained the physique that makes him look like a hero. He wears the fire-run flask on a chain around his neck. My flask. The one I earned with burned hands and nightmare visions. He displays it like a trophy, and the other senators admire it with envious eyes. I watch and memorize his schedule. Afternoons at the baths, evenings split between social obligations, dinners at the hillside mansion, appearances at the arena, symposiums where he holds court. But not every night. Some evenings he dismisses his attendants early and goes somewhere else, east, toward the residential district. I follow him the first time out of curiosity, the second time to confirm the pattern. Tonight is the third time, and I know exactly where he's going. The eastern residential district is where wealthy families keep secondary properties, elegant villas behind high walls, private gardens, discreet locations for discreet purposes. The houses here are smaller than the hillside estates, but still expensive. White stone walls, decorative gates, the kind of neighborhood where people mind their own business and keep their secrets close. Roma stops at a villa midway down a quiet street. It's beautiful in an understated way. 2 stories of white stone, surrounded by walls covered in flowering vines. The gate is ornamental iron worked into patterns of birds and flowers. Through the gaps, I can see manicured gardens, a fountain, paths lined with blooming plants. He produces a key from his belt and lets himself in. The gate closes behind him with a soft click. I hear the lock engage. I wait until he's out of sight, then circle the property from the shadows across the street. The walls are 8 feet high, climbable, but not easily. 2 guards patrol the perimeter in lazy rotations, clearly not expecting trouble. Why would they? This is a quiet neighborhood. Nothing ever happens here. The villa itself follows traditional Corona architecture. Interior courtyards, balconies, rooms opening onto gardens. The second floor has 3 sets of windows facing the street, all covered with gauze curtains that billow in the evening breeze. I find a narrow gap between 2 buildings across the way. It's filthy, rotting refuse and rat droppings, but it gives me a clear view of the upper floor. I wedge myself into the space and settle in to wait. Patience is a skill learned in the arena, in Ark's smithy, in every hell I've survived. Lights bloom on the second floor as sunset fades to twilight, movement behind the gauze curtains, servants lighting candles, preparing rooms. Then a figure crosses in front of one window, and even through the sheer fabric, even at this distance, I can see enough to understand. Golden hair catching candlelight, a form that moves with unconscious grace. Even as a silhouette, she's breathtaking. A woman. A human woman. That surprises me, though perhaps it shouldn't. Corona's elite have developed a taste for human companions in recent years. Exotic pets to display their wealth. But most keep their humans as servants, parading them at parties to show how progressive they are. Romas keeps his hidden. I watch her move through the candlelit room. Her movements are precise, practiced, like she's performed this routine 1,000 times. Then Romas appears in the window frame, and the dynamic becomes immediately clear. His body language is possessive, proprietary. He touches her and she turns to him with a smile that even from this distance looks rehearsed, performed. She's not his lover, she's his possession. The pieces fall into place with cold clarity. A secret villa, a beautiful human woman kept in isolation and luxury. Irregular visits. This isn't love. This is ownership. A treasure he's collected. A prize he keeps locked away where no one else can touch it. And if there's one thing I know about Romas, it's that he values his treasures. I watch them until the candles are snuffed and darkness reclaims the villa. Then I watch the dark windows for another hour, memorizing everything. The guard rotations. They change posts every hour but follow the same routes. The wall heights. The trees near the eastern corner that would provide cover. The balcony on the second floor with its decorative iron railing. A plan begins to form. Not complete yet, but the outline is there. If I kill Romas tomorrow, he dies. Brief satisfaction, then nothing. Probably a noose when the city guard catches me. But if I take his treasure first, If I steal what he values most, if I make him feel the helplessness of having everything stripped away, then killing him becomes the mercy at the end of a much longer lesson. She's leverage. A weapon. The key to making Roma suffer. I extract myself from the filthy gap and step into the street. The moon is high now. The residential district quiet except for distant sounds of the city. My feet know the way back to the harbor district, to my warehouse shelter. I've gone 3 blocks when the feeling starts. It's subtle at first. Just an itch between my shoulder blades. The sensation of being observed. I felt it before. In the arena, when other fighters were sizing me up. In Ark's smithy, when the women were deciding which one would take me that night. Someone is watching me. I don't change my pace. Don't look around. Just keep walking, senses straining. My ears catch the soft scrape of hooves on cobblestone behind me, matching my rhythm. Not close, but there. Following. Could be coincidence. Could be a drunk heading the same direction. Could be a thief looking for an easy mark. Or it could be something else. I turn left at the next intersection, heading away from my usual route. The footsteps follow. Not immediately. There's a pause, a hesitation. But they come. Not coincidence. My heart doesn't race. My breathing stays steady. 20 years of survival have taught me to stay calm when being hunted. Panic gets you killed. Clarity keeps you alive. I'm in the merchant district now. The building's taller, the streets narrower. Fewer lights. More shadows. I pick up my pace slightly, not running but moving with purpose. Behind me, the footsteps quicken to match, definitely following. Who? A city guard who recognized something off about me. One of Romas's people. Some opportunistic thug. I need to know. The street ahead narrows into an alley between 2 warehouses. Perfect. I move into it, my hooves loud on the stones. The footsteps behind me stop at the alley entrance. Hesitation. I keep walking, counting my steps. 10, 15, 20. Then I move. I slip sideways into a recessed doorway, pressing myself into the shadows. The warehouse door is locked, but the recess is deep enough to hide my bulk if I stay perfectly still. I slow my breathing, quiet my movements, become stone. The footsteps resume, slow, cautious. A figure appears at the mouth of the alley, silhouetted against the moonlit street behind. Large. Minotaur. Moving carefully, scanning the darkness ahead. He takes 3 steps into the alley. 5. 7. I wait. Patient as death. He passes my hiding spot, still searching the shadows ahead, not seeing me pressed against the door in the darkness beside him. Now. I explode from the recess and slam into him from the side. We hit the alley wall together, my forearm across his throat, my weight pinning him. He's big, as tall as I used to be before Ark's smithy hollowed me out, but surprise is on my side. Who are you? My voice is gravel and threat. Why are you following me? He doesn't fight back, doesn't struggle, just freezes. And in the moonlight filtering into the alley, I see his face clearly for the first time. Gray fur, a leather patch covering his left eye. Scars I recognize even after 20 years. No. Rofan. The word is barely a whisper. Shock. Disbelief. Horror. My grip loosens involuntarily. My mind struggles to process what I'm seeing. Klydos, my first mate, my best friend, the Minotaur who sailed away and left me to die. It's really you, he breathes, his one good eye wide. Gods! We all thought... I tighten my grip on his throat, cutting off his words. Rage and confusion war inside me. Of all the people to be following me, of all the faces I might have seen. "Start talking," I growl. "Now."
Chapter 4. Helen. The library is my sanctuary, small and quiet, lined with shelves that Romus had installed as a gift. He has no idea he gave me a weapon. I run my fingers along the spines, selecting today's escape. My hand pauses on a familiar volume, Legends of the Fire Run. I've read it before, but something has been nagging at me. Something about Romus's version of events that doesn't quite fit. I pull the book from the shelf and settle into my reading chair by the window. Open to the chapter about the fire run itself. The test is ancient, the text explains. A race to the volcanic island of Egino to retrieve lava in a ceremonial flask. Only one Minotaur in recorded history had ever completed it, record of old, thousands of years ago, until Romus, or so the story goes. I read Romus's account carefully. How he sailed alone to Egino, how he faced the island's monsters and temptations, how he retrieved the lava and returned triumphant, a hero blessed by Zukiev herself. But there's a footnote, small, easily missed. Some accounts suggest a second Minotaur, one Rofan of Corona, accompanied Senator Romus on his journey. These claims remain unverified, as Rofan was said to have succumbed to the island's corruption and turned against his companion. Senator Romus was forced to leave him behind for the safety of all. I read it again. Then again. Something about it feels wrong. I rise and search the shelves for older texts, ones that predate Romus's rise to power. Find a crumbling scroll tucked in the back, historical accounts of the fire run. The text is faded, the author unknown. But the entry about the most recent completion is clear. In the year 1006, 2 Minotaurs completed the fire run, Romus of Corona and Rofan of Corona. Both retrieved the sacred lava. Both bore the burns to prove their success. A dispute arose on the return journey, the nature of which remains unclear. Only Romus returned to tell the tale. 2 Minotaurs, both successful, both burned. But Romus has no scars from the lava. I've seen every inch of him. His hands are unmarked, perfect. The pieces shift in my mind, rearranging themselves into a different picture, a darker one. Romus lies. I've known that for years. Why wouldn't he lie about this too? I return to the first book, reading more carefully now, looking for the propaganda beneath the legend. And it's everywhere. The careful wording that makes Romus the hero, and this Rofan the villain. The lack of detail about what actually happened on Egino. Romus didn't complete the fire run alone. He stole someone else's glory, just like he steals everything. The realization just confirms what I've always known. The man who keeps me in this cage is a liar and a thief. His entire legend is built on someone else's suffering. Someone named Rofan. I wonder what happened to him. If he died on Egino, betrayed and abandoned. I close the book and return it to the shelf. The knowledge changes nothing. I'm still trapped. Romus is still powerful. The truth is still buried under years of carefully constructed lies. But I file it away with all the other secrets I've collected. Another piece of evidence that Senator Romus the hero is a fraud. The afternoon stretches before me, empty and identical to every afternoon before it. I move to my lyre and practice the pieces Romus likes me to play for his guests. My fingers know the patterns, plucking strings with mechanical precision. The music is perfect and joyless, like everything else in this villa. When I tire of playing, I return to the window. Corona spreads below me, alive and bustling. I watch a mother chase her laughing child through the market square. Watch sailors loading cargo onto ships. Watch life happening to people who are free to choose it. Something feels different today. I can't identify what exactly. Just a pressure in the air, like the moments before a storm breaks. I dismiss the feeling. Nothing changes here. Nothing ever changes. Marine brings lunch, bread and cheese and cold meat. The master says you may walk in the garden this afternoon. The guards have been told to expect you. My supervised hour of freedom. How generous. That would be lovely, thank you. I eat, then prepare for my walk. The guards are already in position when I descend to the garden, 2 of them, as always. They nod as I pass, hands resting casually on sword hilts. Always watching, always ready. I walk the familiar paths between flower beds, my fingers trailing over blooms I can't name. The garden is beautiful, meticulously maintained. Another cage, just slightly larger. The guards track my movement from their posts, the older one on the east wall, the younger one by the gate. I've learned their patterns over countless supervised walks. Not because I plan to escape, I'm not that foolish, but because paying attention is the only control I have. Movement catches my eye. Beyond the wall, in the narrow gap between buildings across the street. Just a shadow, there and gone so quickly I might have imagined it. Probably nothing. A cat, a servant passing by. I turn back to the garden and finish my walk. Back inside, evening preparations begin. Marine helps me prepare for bed, even though I've done nothing all day that would require preparation. Sleep well, child, she says, touching my cheek. You too. Then I'm alone again. I should feel relief. Romus won't visit tonight. But instead I feel restless, uneasy. I try to read but can't focus. Try to sleep but my mind won't quiet. Finally I give up and go to the window, looking out at Corona's nightlights. Somewhere out there might have been a Minotaur named Rofan who completed the fire run and was erased from history. I wonder if we would understand each other. Both of us stolen from, both of us erased, both of us footnotes in Romus's legend. The thought is maudlin and useless. I shake it off and return to bed. Sleep finally claims me, and I dream. In the dream, a figure stands in my doorway, tall, scarred. His hands are twisted, burned, the flesh healed, wrong. His eyes are hollow, empty of everything except purpose. Do you want to be free? He asks, his voice rough as gravel. Yes, I whisper, more than anything. What would you give for it? Everything, anything. He nods slowly. Soon. Then he's gone, and I'm falling through darkness, and I wake gasping, my heart pounding against my ribs. The room is dark, empty. Just a dream. But my hands are shaking. I lie back down, trying to slow my breathing. It was just a dream. Meaningless. But I can't shake the feeling that it was more than that. That it was prophecy, warning, promise. Something is coming. I can feel it in my bones, in the air, in the way the world seems to be holding its breath. Change is coming, and I don't know if I should be terrified or grateful. I stare at the ceiling until dawn breaks, unable to sleep again, watching Zukiev's painted face and wondering if gods can hear the prayers of dirty women. The sun rises over Corona, painting my room in gold and shadow. And somewhere out there, something is moving toward me. I can feel it. Soon.
Chapter 5. Rofan. I sit up slowly, my body protesting. The fight last night, brief as it was, reminded me how weak I've become. But the rest helped. The food helped. And Molly's gift. That helped too. I'm stronger than I was yesterday. Not strong enough, but closer. The door opens and Klydos enters, looking exhausted. His jaw is swollen from the punches he took, one eye nearly shut. He carries bread wrapped in cloth and a water skin. "Thought you might be hungry," he says, setting them on the table. I cross to the table and tear into the bread without ceremony. It's fresh, still warm. My stomach clenches with need, reminding me I've been half-starved for weeks. Kledos pours water into a cup and slides it toward me. Doesn't speak. Just watches me eat with that one good eye. Questions he's not asking written all over his face. I drain the cup and refill it. I need something from you. Name it. Romas keeps a woman, human, beautiful, in a villa in the Eastern District. I meet his eye. I'm going to take her. Kledos doesn't flinch, doesn't look shocked, just nods slowly. When? Tonight. You've been watching her. For days. I know the guard patterns. I know the entry points. I break off another piece of bread. I just need a place to keep her after. Kledos is silent for a moment, thinking. Then, there's a ship, the Daybreak. Ran aground in the old shipyard 5 years back. Owner died, no heirs. City never bothered to salvage her. She's rotting into the sand, but the hull's still sound. Anyone go there? Rats and gulls. Maybe some dock workers looking for shelter when it rains. He shakes his head, but mostly it's forgotten. No one would think to look. Perfect. Isolated. Defensible. Close enough to watch Romas's response, but far enough that no one would search there. Can you prepare it? Basic supplies. Rope. Whatever you can manage. I'll have it ready by nightfall. Kledos pauses. What's the plan after you take her? I'm going to kill her, in front of him. I meet his eye, letting him see the emptiness there. Then kill him. Kledos goes still. His face pales. Rofan. He took everything from me. My voice is flat, dead. So I'll take everything from him. His treasure. His life. His legacy. In that order. She's innocent. So was I. I stand, testing my legs. Stronger. Better. Romas destroyed 2 lives the day he left me on Egino. Now I'm destroying 2 lives of his choosing. Kledos doesn't argue, but I see the horror in his face. He thinks I've become a monster. Maybe he's right. Maybe that's what survival cost me. I don't care. I'll go now, Kledos says quietly. Get the ship ready. You should rest. Eat more if you can. He moves toward the door, then stops. Rofan, are you sure about this? I've never been more sure of anything. He nods and leaves, closing the door quietly behind him. I'm alone again. The room feels smaller in daylight, the shabby furniture and stained walls more obvious. This is where Kledos has ended up. A brothel room above the siren's breast, alone with his guilt and his zisk. 20 years ago, he was my first mate, my best friend. Now he's a broken bouncer protecting working girls from their customers. Romas destroyed him too. Just more slowly. I move to the window and look out over the alley. Corona is waking. Merchants opening shops, sailors stumbling back to their vessels, the eternal rhythm of the harbor district coming to life. Somewhere in the Eastern District, she's waking too. The woman, Romas's prize, the first sacrifice to my revenge. I wonder if she knows today is the day her life changes forever. Probably not. People rarely do. I spend the day in Kleidos's room, conserving my strength. I eat the rest of the bread he left. Drink the water. Check my knife. The only weapon I need. The blade is chipped but sharp enough. I test the edge against my thumb, watching a thin line of blood well up. Still sharp. Still deadly. The afternoon stretches long. I resist the urge to go back to the villa, to watch one more time. I know everything I need to know. The guards rotate every hour. The eastern wall has the best climbing access. Her balcony doors are thin wood with a simple lock. I've planned this 100 times in my head. Now I just need to execute it. Sunset paints the room orange and red. I watch the light change through the small window, feeling the familiar cold clarity settling over me. This is the calm before violence, the moment when everything else falls away and only purpose remains. I felt it before, in the arena, in the fights that kept me alive. Tonight I feel it again. Darkness settles over Corona like a blanket. The moon rises, 3/4 full, bright enough to see by, but not so bright I can't hide in shadows. Perfect. I stand and check myself one final time. My knife is secured at my belt. My clothes are dark, nondescript. My hood will hide my face until I'm over the wall. I'm ready. I leave through the back of the siren's breast, avoiding the main tavern floor. No one sees me slip into the alley. Just another shadow among shadows. The walk to the Eastern District feels longer than it should. My body is tense, coiled, ready for violence or flight. Every sense is heightened. I hear the scuff of hooves on cobblestone, smell the garbage rotting in alleys, see the flicker of candles in windows. Corona at night. My city. The place I was born. The place I should have died as an old captain surrounded by family. Instead, I'm here. A ghost. A weapon. Moving through darkness toward revenge. The Eastern District is quiet, respectable. The streets are cleaner here. The buildings better maintained. People who live in this neighborhood don't worry about bar fights or cut purses. They sleep soundly behind their locked doors, safe in their prosperity. The villa appears ahead, white stone glowing in the moonlight. I take my position in the familiar gap between buildings across the street, pressing into the shadows. One final watch. The guards are on schedule, rotating with mechanical precision. Neither looks particularly alert, just going through the motions, expecting nothing because nothing ever happens in this peaceful neighborhood. Light glows in her second-floor window. I see her shadow moving behind the gauze curtains. She's awake, moving about her room. Preparing for bed, probably. She has no idea I'm here. No idea her world is about to shatter. The guards complete their rotation and move to the far side of the property. Both on the western wall now, their backs to the street. Now. I cross the street in 3 quick strides, my hooves silent on the cobblestones. The garden wall looms before me. 8 feet of white stone, smooth and clean. I don't hesitate. My hands find holds in the decorative stonework. My feet brace against the wall, and I pull myself up. My shoulders scream protest, my weakened muscles straining, but I don't stop. Can't stop. I clear the top and drop into the garden on the other side, landing in a flower bed. The impact jars through my legs, but I absorb it silently, freezing immediately. Listening. Footsteps. The first guard, making his rounds. He passes 20 feet to my left, his attention on the villa's windows, not on the shadows at the garden's edge. He turns the corner and disappears. I move. Quick and silent across the garden, keeping to the darkest shadows, using trees and statuary for cover. The second guard is ahead, standing at his post near the fountain. I approach from his blind spot. 3 steps. 2. 1. My arm loops around his throat, cutting off air and sound. He struggles for a moment, hands clawing at my forearm, body bucking, but I hold firm. Seconds pass. His struggles weaken. Finally, he goes limp. I lower him carefully to the ground. Alive. Unconscious. He'll wake in an hour with a headache and a story no one will believe. The other guard is coming back, following his route. I hear his hooves on the stone path, casual and unhurried. He rounds the corner and sees his partner on the ground. Mikos! He moves forward, concerned. Mikos, wake up! This isn't... I step from behind the statue and drive my fist into his temple. He drops like a stone. 2 guards down. Path clear. I cross to her balcony, looking up at the second floor. The climb is straightforward. Decorative stonework and thick vines provide plenty of handholds. Even weakened, even half-starved, my body remembers how to do this. I was a sailor before I was a captain. I've climbed rigging in storms that should have killed me. This is nothing. I scale the wall, my burned hands aching with every grip, my muscles trembling with effort. But I don't stop. Don't slow. Just climb with single-minded focus until I'm gripping the balcony railing and pulling myself over. I land on the balcony in a crouch, breathing hard. The gauze curtains billow in the night breeze, ghostly and pale. Beyond them, I can see her room, lit by candles, furnished with expensive things. A cage, but a beautiful one. The balcony doors are closed, but not barred. I test the handle gently. Locked, as expected. I pull my knife and work the tip into the mechanism, feeling for the catch. It's a simple lock, designed more for privacy than security. The kind that keeps honest people out, but won't stop anyone determined. It takes less than 30 seconds. The lock clicks. The door swings inward on silent hinges. I slip through the curtains and into her bedroom. The first thing I notice is the luxury. Silk sheets on a massive bed. Painted ceiling showing some goddess ascending to heaven. Furniture that costs more than most Minotaurs earn in a lifetime. Candles and silver holders. The sapphire necklace on the vanity, winking in the light. Romas's money, Romas's taste, Romas's prison. And there, in the center of the bed, is his prize. She's asleep, golden hair spread across the pillows like spilled honey. The sheets are pulled up to her waist, her arms bare, her face peaceful. She's wearing something white and sheer, a sleeping gown that leaves little to imagination. She's breathtaking, more beautiful than I remembered from watching through windows. The kind of beauty that starts wars and ends kingdoms. I understand why Romas keeps her locked away, why he doesn't want anyone else to see her. She's a treasure, and Romas hoards his treasures. I move closer, knife in hand. Not to threaten, just ready. Always ready. I stand over the bed, looking down at her. This woman I'm about to use. This innocent who will die to make Romas suffer. For a moment, just a heartbeat, I hesitate. She looks so peaceful, so vulnerable. In sleep, there's no performance, no mask. Just a woman who might be dreaming of something better. Then I remember Igino, the island's corruption, the years of madness, the arena, Ark's smithy, everything Romas took from me, and my resolve hardens. She's a sacrifice, a necessary death, the price of revenge, nothing more. Her eyes open. For a second she's still half asleep, confused. Then she sees me, massive and scarred, looming over her bed in the darkness, and her eyes go wide with terror. She inhales to scream. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 6. Helen. A massive hand covers my mouth before sound can escape. Burned flesh, twisted scars, surprisingly gentle despite its size. The pressure is firm but not crushing. A warning, not violence. Yet. Quiet. He growls, his voice like gravel scraped over stone. And I won't hurt you. Not yet. Not yet. The words register through my terror. Not yet means later. Not yet means this ends badly. I stare up at him, this nightmare-made flesh looming over my bed. He's enormous, easily 8 feet tall, but emaciated in a way that speaks of prolonged suffering. His fur is patchy, dark brown with bare spots. His horns are chipped and scarred. And his hands, gods, his hands are twisted ruins of burned tissue, white scars covering both palms. But it's his eyes that freeze me. Hollow, empty, like looking into a grave. He slowly removes his hand from my mouth, watching me carefully. Testing. I don't scream. Screaming gets me killed faster. I learned that lesson 3 years ago in the slave markets when the girl beside me screamed and screamed until the slaver cut her throat to shut her up. So I stay silent, and I watch him the way prey watches predators, calculating distance, searching for weakness, planning survival. Smart girl, he murmurs. He produces rope from his belt, thick sailor's rope, well maintained. Hands. I could fight, could try to run. But he's between me and the door, massive and clearly experienced with violence. The unconscious guards in the garden prove that. I extend my wrists. He binds them efficiently, professionally. The rope is tight enough to hold, but not tight enough to cut off circulation. Whoever he is, he knows what he's doing. Why? I manage, my voice steadier than I feel. What do you want? Romus. He pulls a dark cloak from his shoulders and wraps it around me, covering my sheer nightgown. You're just the bait. Bait, of course. Everything always comes back to Romus. He lifts me from the bed like I weigh nothing, cradling me against his chest despite his emaciated state. I can feel the prominence of his ribs, the way his body trembles slightly with effort. He's weak, starving, but still strong enough to carry me. If you scream, I'll gag you, he says quietly. If you fight, I'll tie your ankles. If you cooperate, this doesn't have to be worse than it already is. I nod. Cooperation buys time. Time to think, to plan, to find an opening. He carries me to the balcony. Below, I see the guards crumpled on the ground. Not dead, their chests rise and fall, but thoroughly unconscious. He secures rope to the balcony railing with practiced knots, then descends one-armed while holding me against his side. The drop should be impossible, but he makes it look effortless despite his condition. Sailor's skills, climbing skills. I file that away with everything else I'm learning about him. We cross the garden quickly, his hooves silent on the stone paths. He's careful to avoid the guards, moving through shadows with an expertise that speaks of military training or worse. The wall is 8 feet of smooth stone. He scales it like a spider, still holding me, his burned hands finding holds I can't even see. Then we're over, dropping into the street beyond, and my villa, my beautiful cage, disappears behind us. He carries me through Corona's sleeping streets, moving with purpose and speed. I don't struggle, don't cry out, just watch everything, street names, landmarks, the route he's taking, east toward the harbour district, away from the wealthy neighbourhoods, into rougher territory. Part of me is terrified, part of me is calculating odds, and part of me, a small traitorous part, feels something that might be relief. I'm leaving the villa, leaving Romas's cage, even if it's just to enter a different one. The streets grow rougher, the buildings shabbier. We're in the harbour district now, the air thick with the smell of fish and tar and unwashed bodies. Then we're past even that, into an area I don't recognise. Old warehouses, abandoned docks, the forgotten edges of Corona where no one looks. The shipyard, it's a graveyard of vessels, rotting hulks half sunk in sand, their timbers weathered grey, their masts broken or missing entirely. Moonlight paints everything in silver and shadow. And there, tilted at an angle like a dying beast, is the largest wreck. A merchant vessel maybe, or a small warship. The Daybreak, if I had to guess from the faded letters still visible on her bow. A figure waits beside the ship, holding a lantern. Large, grey-furred, one-eyed, another Minotaur. So this isn't random violence. This is planned, organised. That makes it worse somehow. My captor carries me up the tilted gangplank, which groans under our combined weight but holds. The one-eyed Minotaur follows, saying nothing, his expression unreadable. Inside, the ship is dark and cramped. My captor navigates by memory, carrying me down a corridor to what was once the captain's cabin. It's been prepared. A hammock rigged in the corner, supplies stacked against the wall, a single lantern hanging from a beam. A prison, but a functional one. He sets me down in the hammock, and I finally get a proper look at him in the lantern light. Gods, he's been through hell. The emaciation is worse than I thought, every rib visible, his face gaunt, his eyes sunken. The burn scars on his hands are severe, the kind that never fully heal. But there are other scars too, whip marks across his shoulders visible through his ragged shirt, what looks like bite marks on his forearm, a network of small cuts that speak of prolonged torture. Whatever he survived, it was worse than anything I've endured. That should comfort me. It doesn't. The one-eyed Minotaur lingers at the door. "I'll be outside," he says quietly, then disappears. We're alone. My captor stands over me, studying me with those hollow eyes. I study him back, my mind racing through everything I know, everything I've learned. "Who are you?" I ask. "Rofan." The name is rough in his mouth, like he hasn't spoken it in years. The mad Minotaur, the one Romas betrayed. My breath catches. Rofan, the footnote, the erased captain, the other Minotaur who completed the fire run. He's supposed to be dead. Romas said he went mad, tried to commit murder, had to be left behind on Agino for everyone's safety. But he's here, alive, and very, very angry. "You're supposed to be dead," I whisper. "I am." His smile is terrible. I just haven't stopped moving yet. He crouches down so we're at eye level, and I see the truth of him, the emptiness where a soul used to be, the single-minded purpose that's kept his corpse animated. "Romas took everything from me," he says quietly. "My ship, my crew, my life, my honour. He abandoned me to die on that island and built himself a palace on my grave." "So you're going to kill him?" It's not a question. "Yes." He pauses. "But first I'm going to make him watch you die. Then I'll kill him slowly so he knows what it feels like to lose everything." The words should terrify me. They do terrify me. But there's also a strange sort of clarity to them. Honesty, at least. No pretense of rescue or salvation. Just revenge, and I'm the sacrifice. "Why me?" I ask, though I already know. "What did I do?" "You're his." Those hollow eyes bore into mine. His most prized possession, his treasure. That's enough. I almost laugh. The bitterness rises in my throat like bile. "When?" I ask instead. "When he comes for you, when I can watch his face as you die in front of him." Now I do laugh, sharp and bitter. He won't come. Rofan goes still. What? He won't come for me. I lean back in the hammock, the rope cutting into my wrists. I'm replaceable. He told the Senate as much last week when someone asked about his companion. He said I was just a pretty trinket, that he could always acquire another. Silence. Rofan stares at me, something shifting behind those dead eyes. You're lying. I'm not. I meet his gaze steadily. Romas doesn't love me. He doesn't love anything except his own reflection. I'm furniture to him. Expensive furniture, yes, but furniture nonetheless. I pause. If you're waiting for him to come rescue me, you'll be waiting a long time. More silence. Rofan stands slowly, his expression unreadable. But I can see it, the crack forming in his certainty, the first hint of doubt. His entire plan depends on Romas caring, on me being valuable enough to draw him out, to make him desperate, to break him with grief. But I'm not valuable. I'm convenient, and convenience is easily replaced. He'll come, Rofan says, but his voice lacks conviction. Will he? I tilt my head. Or will he just buy someone prettier and younger and more grateful? Someone who hasn't seen 3 years of his cruelty. Someone still naive enough to believe he's a hero. Rofan's hands clench into fists. The burned flesh pulls tight. He's realizing it, the flaw in his perfect revenge. What if she's right? So what now? I ask quietly. If he doesn't come, what happens to me? Do you kill me anyway, just for the satisfaction? Or do you realize I'm as much a victim of Romas as you are? He doesn't answer, just stares at me, his mind clearly racing. Outside I hear the one-eyed Minotaur moving around, the creak of old timber, the distant sound of gulls waking to dawn. Dawn. By now Marine will have arrived at the villa to find me gone. She'll alert Romas. He'll see whatever message my captor left, and then we'll find out if I'm right. If I'm replaceable. If my death means anything at all. I look at Rofan, this broken, hollow thing driven by revenge and nothing else, and I realize we're not that different. We're both ghosts, both already dead, both erased by Romas for his convenience. The only difference is he's still fighting, and I've been performing surrender for 3 years. I read about you, I say quietly, about the fire run. The old texts say 2 Minotaurs completed it, you and Romas, both successful, both scarred. His eyes snap to mine. But Romas has no scars, I continue. I've seen every inch of him. His hands are perfect, unmarked. I pause. You're the one who completed it. He stole your achievement, just like he stole everything else. How did you... I read everything in his library, every book, every scroll, every historical document. I lean forward as much as the rope allows. I've been collecting evidence of his lies for 3 years. I just never had anyone to tell. Rofan stares at me for a moment, then quietly, "What else do you know?" And I tell him. About the bribes, the blackmail, the senators in his pocket, the trade deals made through intimidation, the people who mysteriously disappeared when they became inconvenient. I tell him everything I've learned in 3 years of silent observation. Every secret, every crime, every piece of the carefully constructed lie that is Senator Romas the hero. He listens without interrupting, his expression growing darker with each revelation. When I finish, dawn is breaking through the portholes. Golden light paints the rotting cabin in shades of amber. "Why are you telling me this?" Rofan asks. "Because you're going to kill him anyway." I meet his hollow eyes with my own, and I want to make sure it hurts. Something shifts in his expression. Not warmth, nothing so soft, but recognition, perhaps. Kinship. We're both Romas's victims. We both want him dead. The question is, are we enemies or allies? I still might kill you, he says quietly. I know. I lean back. But at least I'll die knowing he suffered first. Rofan turns away, moving to the porthole, staring out at the dawn-lit harbour. And I sit in my hammock, bound and captive, waiting to see if today is the day I die, or if, impossibly, it's the day I start living. Outside, Corona wakes, the city moving on without either of us. And somewhere in his stolen mansion, Romus is receiving news of my disappearance.
Chapter 7. Rofan. She's right. The thought sits in my chest like a stone, heavy and cold. I stand at the porthole watching Corona's harbor wake to morning, ships raising sails, merchants opening stalls, the city moving on as if my entire world hasn't just collapsed. Behind me, Helen sits in the hammock, silent, waiting. I can feel her eyes on my back. He'll come, I say, though the words taste like lies. Will he? Her voice is calm. Too calm, like she's already accepted what I can't. Or will he compose a statement about his tragic loss and start shopping for my replacement before sunset? I turn on her, rage flaring hot and sudden. You want him not to care? You want to be worthless to him? She doesn't flinch, just meets my eyes with that steady, infuriating gaze. I know what I am to him. I've known for 3 years. You're the one who built fantasies about his devotion. The words hit like a fist to the gut because they're true. I did build fantasies. I survived hell after hell imagining Romus's face when I took what he loved most. And she's telling me he doesn't love anything. My revenge is built on sand. You're still his, I growl, crossing to the hammock. I loom over her, using my size the way I learned in the arena. Intimidation, dominance, making prey remember what predators can do. That makes you part of him, part of everything he took. I'm not part of him. She doesn't shrink back. I'm what he owns. There's a difference. Is there? I grab the rope I removed from her wrists earlier, letting it dangle between us. Because from where I'm standing, you lived in luxury while I was eating monsters to survive. You slept in silk while I was bleeding in the arena. You were his favorite treasure while I was being... I stop. Can't finish that sentence. Can't speak about Ark Smithy out loud. Helen's expression softens slightly. Pity. I hate it. I wasn't free, she says quietly. The cage was prettier than yours, but it was still a cage. He still... Now she's the one who stops. You're not the only one who suffered. Don't. The word comes out harsh. Don't try to make us the same. You had a roof, food, safety. You had everything while I had nothing. I had nothing that mattered. Her voice stays level. No choices, no agency, no self. Just performance and survival. If that's everything to you, then our definitions differ. I want to hit something. Want to tear this rotting ship apart with my bare hands. Want to scream until my throat bleeds. Instead, I tie the rope around one of the cabin's support beams and gesture to it. Sit against the post. She studies me for a moment, then moves. Sits with her back to the beam. Doesn't argue. Doesn't beg. I bind her wrists behind her, around the post. Not tight enough to cut circulation, but secure enough that she can't escape. She watches me work, that calculating intelligence never leaving her eyes. Feel better? She asks when I'm done. No. At least you're honest. I move back to the porthole. Can't look at her anymore. Can't stand the way she sees through me, sees the panic underneath the rage. What do I do now? The question circles my mind like a vulture. 20 years of survival. 20 years of purpose. And it's all meaningless because Romas doesn't care enough to suffer. Unless she's wrong. Unless he does come. I cling to that hope like a drowning man clings to driftwood. The morning drags on. Klydos brings water and bread, sees Helen tied to the post, and gives me a look I can't read. Disappointment? Understanding? He sets the food down and leaves without comment. I eat. Helen doesn't. Can't reach the food with her hands bound. I should untie her. Should let her eat. I don't. Some petty part of me needs her to be uncomfortable. Needs her to suffer even a fraction of what I've suffered. It's not fair. It's not right. But nothing about this is fair or right. The rope is cutting into my wrists, she says eventually. Good. That's childish. I'm not interested in your opinion of my maturity. Clearly. She shifts, trying to find a more comfortable position. How long are you planning to keep me like this? Until Romas responds. And if he doesn't, the question hangs in the air. I don't answer because I don't have an answer. You could just kill me now, she says. Get it over with. Save us both the suspense. Is that what you want? I want agency. Her voice sharpens. I want one single choice that's actually mine. But since I'm tied to a post in a rotting ship by a man who hates me for existing, I suppose that's not on offer. I don't hate you for existing. No. Then what is this? She gestures with her chin at the rope. Punishment for being beautiful? For surviving Romas in the only way available to me? For not dying conveniently so you could mourn a martyr instead of dealing with a living, complicated person? You talk too much. I have nothing else to do. She leans her head back against the post. And you're not actually going to gag me, because then you'd miss hearing all those details about Romas's crimes. The information you need to actually hurt him, since killing me clearly won't do the job. She's right. Again. I hate that she's right. Tell me something, I say, still facing the porthole. If you hate him so much, why didn't you run? You're educated, intelligent. You could have found a way. To go where? Her laugh is bitter. I have no money, no family, no connections. Even if I made it to the harbor, every ship captain knows Romas. Every guard would return me for the reward. And if I was caught... She pauses. Let's just say he's creative about teaching lessons. He hurt you. He owned me. Hurting was just part of the transaction. Her voice stays matter-of-fact. The first time I tried to refuse him, he had Myrene, my handmaid, whipped in front of me. 20 lashes. Told me every scar on her back was my fault for being ungrateful. My hands clench on the windowsill. That's effective, Helen finishes. I never refused again. Learned to perform enthusiasm. Learned to make him think I wanted it. She's quiet for a long moment. That's what you don't understand. You survived through violence and rage. I survived through surrender and lies. Neither of us was free. I turn to look at her. Really look at her. She's exhausted. Dark circles under her eyes. Her hair tangled from being carried through the city. The thin nightgown and borrowed cloak making her look smaller than she is. But her eyes are clear. Steady. She's not broken. Just bent in different ways than I am. I still might kill you, I say quietly. I know. She holds my gaze. But killing me because Romas doesn't care enough to save me would be stupid. And whatever else you are, you're not stupid. You're very confident in my intelligence. You infiltrated a guarded villa, disabled 2 sentries, climbed a wall and abducted me without raising an alarm. You're strategic, precise. Those aren't the actions of a mindless brute. She pauses. You're angry and broken and barely holding yourself together, but you're not stupid. The assessment is uncomfortable in its accuracy. Footsteps heard on the deck above. Kleidos' heavy tread. He appears in the doorway, his one eye serious. "Message came," he says. My heart pounds. "And?" Romus responded. Kleidos pulls a folded paper from his belt. "It's not what you were hoping for." I snatch the paper and unfold it. The writing is elegant, expensive ink on fine paper. Romus's hand, "To whom it may concern. A human woman of some value was recently taken from my property. I offer 50 ducats for her safe return and 20 for information leading to the thief's capture." The woman answers to Helen and is marked by golden hair. She is well trained and should not pose difficulty in transport. Senator Romus of Corona. I read it again, then again. 50 ducats, the price of a decent horse. Less than he probably paid for the sapphire necklace still sitting on her vanity. "Well trained," I repeat, the words like poison on my tongue. "I told you," Helen says quietly from her post. "I'm property, replaceable property. He's offering a reward because theft embarrasses him, not because he's desperate to have me back." The paper crumples in my fist. All of it. The planning, the suffering, the survival. For this. For 50 ducats and a description of her like she's a lost dog. "He called you well trained," I say. "He would." Her voice is steady despite everything. "That's what I was. What I am. A trained thing that performs on command." I cross to her, drop to a crouch so we're eye level. "You were right." "Yes." "He doesn't care if you live or die." "No." "My revenge is worthless." "The revenge you planned is worthless," she corrects. "But there are other ways to make him suffer, if you'll listen." I should be furious. Should take this rage out on her, the closest thing to Romus I can reach. Should make her pay for his sins. But gazing at her, this one who survived 3 years of hell with her mind sharp and her spirit intact, I don't see Romus's possession anymore. I see a survivor, like me. Maybe worse than me, because at least in the arena I could fight back. She had to smile and perform, and pretend to be grateful for her own violation. "I'm going to untie you," I say. "Why?" "Because you're right. Killing you accomplishes nothing, and keeping you tied up is childish." I work the knots loose. Her wrists are red, marked by the rope. I pull the bonds away and step back. She rubs her wrists slowly, watching me. Wary, uncertain. "I'm still not letting you leave," I say. "I gathered, and I still might decide to kill you if I can't think of anything better." "Noted. But right now..." I sink onto the floor, my back against the opposite wall, exhaustion finally catching up. "Right now I need to think, and you need to eat." I push the bread and water toward her. She takes them, still watching me like I might change my mind and attack. Smart girl. We sit in silence, eating stale bread, drinking flat water, 2 broken things in a rotting ship, waiting for a man who doesn't care to respond to a threat that doesn't matter. My revenge is dead, but maybe there's another way. If I can stand to work with her, if I can trust her, if I can see her as something other than a symbol of everything I've lost. Big ifs, but I'm out of other options. "Tell me about the evidence," I say finally. "The crimes you've witnessed. Everything." Helen sets down the bread and looks at me. Understanding passes between us. Not alliance, not yet. But possibility. The beginning of something. "Where should I start?" she asks. "The beginning. Tell me everything you know about how to destroy Senator Romus."
Chapter 8. Helen. I talk until my throat is dry. Rofan sits against the opposite wall, those hollow eyes fixed on me, absorbing every word. He doesn't interrupt, doesn't question, just listens with the intensity of a man memorizing a battle plan. So I give him everything. The senator from Kurdonis that Romus blackmailed over an illegitimate child, the merchant whose shipping contracts were seized after refusing to pay bribes, the human woman who disappeared after witnessing Romus kill a servant in a drunken rage, the falsified ledgers, the overheard conversations, the pattern of coincidences that stop being coincidences when you pay attention. The magistrate Telvos, I say, my voice hoarse. He's in Romus's pocket, takes bribes to dismiss cases. There's a paper trail if you know where to look. Where are these papers? Rofan asks. His voice is flat, businesslike. Most are at the villa, in his private study. I rub my wrists where the rope left marks. Some at the main estate, the really damaging ones he stores in a lockbox at the trade guild. You remember all of this, names, details, nothing written down. Writing it down would have been suicide. I meet his gaze. I have an excellent memory. It was the only weapon I had. He stands abruptly and leaves, returns with a blanket, rough wool, and tosses it to me. You're cold. I am. The nightgown is thin and the cabin is draughty. Thank you. He doesn't acknowledge it, just returns to his wool. Keep talking. The trade guild. The light through the porthole shifts from afternoon to evening as I continue. Rofan produces a water skin and slides it across without comment. I drink, then keep going. The pattern of bribes, the network of corruption, the way Romus has woven himself so thoroughly into Corona's power structure that pulling one thread threatens to unravel everything. He's vulnerable, I finally say as darkness falls. His empire is built on secrets and intimidation. Expose the secrets, break the intimidation, and it collapses. And you know how to do that? I know where the bodies are buried, metaphorically and, in at least 2 cases, literally. His hands clench. He killed people. People who became inconvenient. I wrap the blanket tighter. He's very good at making problems disappear. Like he tried to make me disappear. Yes. The cabin darkens around us. We've been talking for hours. I can see exhaustion in his face, the way his shoulders slump. He's been awake as long as I have. Longer if he spent last night infiltrating the villa. You should rest, I say. So should you. I don't trust you not to kill me in my sleep. Fair, I don't trust you not to run. Where would I run? I have no money, no shoes, and I'm wearing a nightgown. I pull the blanket closer. I'm trapped here as surely as I was in the villa. Just a different cage. He flinches. Actually flinches. I'm not him, he says quietly. Aren't you? You took what you wanted. You're using me. I'm pushing, testing boundaries. The only difference is, you're honest about it. Rofan moves to the porthole, staring out at the black harbour. His silence stretches. Then he crosses to the hammock and sits heavily, exhaustion winning. Sleep, he says. I'm too tired to kill you tonight. How reassuring. I curl against the wall, wrapping the blanket around myself. The cabin settles into darkness, just moonlight through the porthole. I should be terrified. But I'm so tired. And for the first time in 3 years, I'm not waiting for Romus's footsteps. Sleep pulls at me. I'm almost gone when I hear movement. Rofan crossing the cabin. I tense, but he just drops another blanket over me. Thicker, warmer. You're still shivering, he says quietly. Then he returns to the hammock. I lie in the darkness and feel something crack open in my chest. Not trust, not yet, but the possibility of it. He's not Romus. That has to count for something. Hours pass. I drift in and out of shallow sleep. I wake fully when I hear him moving, sitting up in the hammock, his breathing rough. Bad dream? I ask quietly. Silence. Then, something like that. I should stay in my corner, mind my own survival, but I sit up, pulling the blanket around my shoulders. Will you screw me? He blinks. What? Don't you want to? Am I not pretty? I say, hearing my own desperation in my voice. I regret asking, but Romas is the only man to have me. Rough and cold. If I'm to die, I at least want to experience something different. You know the answer to that, he says smugly. It's not love, it's just sex. Different sex. Different? How? He asks. You aren't him. I admit. You said so yourself. He stands and crosses to me, drops down beside me, leaving space but close enough that I feel his presence. We sit in the darkness, not speaking, just sharing the silence. The exhaustion pulls at both of us, but there's something else now. Tension that's been building beneath the anger and tactical conversation all day. We're inches apart, and I'm suddenly aware of his size, his heat, the way his breathing has changed. This is a bad idea, he says quietly. Terrible idea, I agree. But his hand finds mine in the darkness. Those ruined, scarred hands. He's not taking. He's offering. I should refuse, should keep the distance that keeps me safe. Instead, I turn toward him.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Good. Hate is honest, hate is fuel, and we still have a senator to destroy.
Chapter 9. Rofan. I wake to grey dawn light and immediate regret. Helen is curled against the cabin wall, wrapped in both blankets, her golden hair tangled across her face. Asleep. Peaceful. Beautiful in a way that makes my chest ache. I screwed my prisoner. The thought sits heavy in my gut. I stand carefully, gathering my scattered clothes, trying not to wake her. My body aches. The good kind of ache, the kind that reminds you you're still alive. I hate that I feel good. Hate that for a few hours last night, I wasn't hollow. She stirs as I'm pulling on my shirt, opens her eyes, sees me, and something shudders closed in her expression. Morning, she says quietly. I don't answer. Just finish dressing and move to the porthole, staring out at the shipyard. The sun is rising over Corona, painting the rotting hulks gold and pink. Beautiful. Wrong. Everything is wrong. Are we going to talk about it? Helen asks behind me. No, that's mature. I don't recall asking for your opinion on my maturity. The words come out harsher than I intend, or maybe exactly as harsh as I intend. Get dressed. With what? You abducted me in a nightgown, remember? I grabbed the simple dress Klydos brought yesterday, still folded in the corner where he left it, and throw it at her. That. She catches it, studies me with those two intelligent eyes. You're angry. I'm always angry. No, you're angry at yourself, for last night. She stands, letting the blankets fall, completely unself-conscious about her nakedness. Don't be. I asked for it. Stop talking and get dressed. She does, pulling the dress over her head without comment. It fits reasonably well. Klydos has a good eye for sizes. When she's covered, she sits back down and starts working the tangles from her hair with her fingers. I should say something. Should acknowledge what happened. But the words stick in my throat like broken glass. We agreed it would change nothing. Footsteps moving on the deck above. Klydos. He appears in the doorway, his one eye taking in the scene. The tangled blankets, our careful distance from each other, the tension thick enough to cut. Message came, he says, holding out a folded paper. Courier brought it an hour ago. My heart pounds. From Romas? From the Senate. Official notice. He hands it over. You're not going to like it. I unfold the paper. Read the elegant script. By order of the Corona Senate, notice is hereby given that Senator Romas has reported the theft of personal property valued at 50 ducats. Any citizen with information regarding the whereabouts of a human female answering to the name Helen is encouraged to report to the city guard. Senator Romas has expressed his disappointment at this criminal act, but assures the Senate that the matter is of minor concern and will not distract from his duties. I read it again, then crumpled it in my fist. Minor concern, I repeat, my voice deadly quiet. Helen doesn't say anything, just sits against the wall, watching me with that steady gaze. He posted a public notice calling you a minor concern. I throw the paper across the cabin. 50 ducats and a minor concern. That's what you're worth to him. I told you. Don't. I round on her. Don't say I told you so. Don't. What? Tell the truth. She stands, facing me without fear. I told you he wouldn't care. I told you he'd treat my theft like someone stole his horse. But you didn't want to believe it because it would mean your perfect revenge was worthless. It wasn't worthless. It was built on a fantasy. Her voice rises to match mine. You created this elaborate plan based on the assumption that Romas loves something enough to suffer losing it. But he doesn't. He's incapable of it. And now you're angry at me because I was right. I'm angry because you were supposed to matter. The words tear out of me. You were supposed to be important enough that taking you would break him. You were supposed to be the key to everything. And instead you're nothing, she finishes quietly. I'm nothing. Worthless. Just like I told you. The fight drains out of me. I sink onto the hammock, head in my hands. 20 years. I survived 20 years of hell for this. And it means nothing. Your revenge means nothing, Helen corrects, her voice gentler now. But you're still alive. You made it back. That's not nothing. It's not enough. No, it's not. She crosses to me, stands close but not touching. But there are other ways to make him pay. Ways that actually hurt him instead of just satisfying your need for blood. I look up at her. We had sex. That doesn't make us allies. I know. She doesn't flinch. But I'm still the one with 3 years of evidence against him. And you're still the one who wants him destroyed. We can hate each other and still work together. I don't hate you. You should. It would be easier. She sits beside me on the hammock. Not touching, but close. Last night doesn't change the facts. Romas is vulnerable. We know how to hurt him. The question is whether you're willing to do it the smart way, instead of the satisfying way. I stare at the crumpled notice on the floor. Minor concern. Like she's a lost dog. Like 3 years of keeping her, using her. Doesn't even register as important. Maybe she's right. Maybe killing her in front of him would mean nothing because she means nothing to him. But ruining him publicly, destroying his reputation, his power, his carefully constructed legend, making him lose everything while he's still alive to feel it. That would hurt. That would matter. The evidence, I say slowly. You said most of it is at the villa, in his study. Yes, we'd need to get it. Documents, proof, and witnesses. People he's wronged who might testify if they thought they'd be protected. I run my burned hands through my hair, thinking, that's a lot of moving pieces. A lot of risk. Less risky than trying to draw him out for single combat and hoping he cares enough to show up. She pauses, which he won't. You really believe we could do this? Destroy him completely? I know we can. Her voice is certain. I've been planning it for 3 years. I just needed someone crazy enough to help me execute it. And you think I'm crazy enough? You kidnapped me based on a revenge fantasy. Yes, I think you're crazy enough. Almost a smile. The question is whether you're smart enough. I should be offended. Instead, I almost laugh. She's got nerve, I'll give her that. If we do this, I say carefully, it doesn't change what happened last night. I know. And it doesn't mean I trust you. I don't trust you either. She meets my gaze. But we both want the same thing. That's enough to start. Kleidos appears in the doorway again, carrying bread and water. He sets them down, looks between us, and shakes his head. You two figure anything out? He asks. We're going to destroy Romas, I say. Properly this time. About time. Kleidos crosses his arms. The kidnapping and murder plan was stupid anyway. Helen actually laughs at that. Short and surprised, but genuine. I stare at her. You think this is funny? I think your best friend just called your revenge plan stupid, and you're taking it remarkably well. She reaches for the bread. I think maybe there's hope for you yet. Don't push your luck. Wouldn't dream of it. But there's something in her eyes now. Not warmth exactly, but possibility. We eat in silence. The bread is stale, the water flat, but it's food, and we're both hungry. Kleidos watches us with his one eye, clearly trying to figure out what shifted overnight. I'm trying to figure that out myself. I still might kill her. Still might decide this is all too complicated and just drive my knife through her heart to simplify things. But studying her, this woman who survived 3 years with her mind sharp and her spirit intact, who's offering me a better revenge than the one I planned, I think maybe I won't. Maybe she's more useful alive. Maybe she's worth keeping around. Not as a prisoner, as something else. What? I don't know yet. So, what's the first step? Helen asks, breaking the silence. In destroying Romas properly. I think about it. About the evidence she mentioned. About the network of corruption. About the careful work of dismantling an empire instead of just cutting off its head. We need a plan, I say. A real one, not just rage and hope. I have plans. I've had 3 years to plan. She finishes her bread. The question is whether you can follow them without your ego getting in the way. Kleidos snorts. Good luck with that. I glare at him. He grins. Helen waits, watching me with those calculating eyes. Fine, I finally say. We'll do it your way. For now. But if this doesn't work, it'll work. She stands, brushing crumbs from her dress. Trust me. I don't trust you. Good. Don't. But listen to me anyway. She crosses to the porthole, looking out at Corona. Romas thinks he's untouchable. Let's prove him wrong. I join her at the porthole. Our shoulders almost touch. Two people who should be enemies, looking at the same city, planning the same destruction. This is going to take time, I warn. Gathering evidence. Building a case. It's not quick. Good things rarely are. She glances at me. Can you be patient? Or are you going to get frustrated and kill me halfway through? Depends how annoying you are. I'm very annoying. I've noticed. Almost a smile. From both of us. Klytos clears his throat. I'll leave you two to your planning. Try not to kill each other while I'm gone. He leaves. We stand at the porthole in silence. Last night, Helen finally says. We're not talking about it. I just wanted to say... She pauses. It doesn't have to mean anything, but it also doesn't have to be something we regret. I look at her. Really look at her. In the morning light, she looks tired, rumpled, real. Not the perfect treasure Romas kept locked away. Just a woman who survived and is still surviving. I don't regret it, I admit quietly. Good. Neither do I. And somehow, that makes it both better and worse.
Chapter 10. Helen. The days blur together in the rotting cabin. I can't tell if it's been 3 days or 5. Time moves strangely when you have nothing to mark it except the sun rising and setting through the porthole. Rofan brings food twice a day, bread, cheese, sometimes dried meat. He sets it down, asks if I need anything, and leaves before I can answer. We're avoiding each other. It's obvious, deliberate. The night we had sex hangs between us like smoke, impossible to ignore but never acknowledged. Fine. I don't need acknowledgement. I need survival. So I use the time alone to think, to plan, to watch him when he does appear and learn everything I can about my captor. He's not what I expected. I thought he'd be mindless rage, all violence and revenge with nothing underneath. But I see him through the porthole sometimes, talking with Klytos on the deck. The conversations are quiet, strategic. He's planning something beyond just killing Romas, actually thinking it through. He's intelligent, calculating, the kind of intelligence that got buried under trauma and suffering but never actually died. That's dangerous, but it's also useful. If I can prove I'm more valuable alive than dead. When he brings food in the afternoon, I think it's afternoon, the light suggests it, I speak before he can leave. The villa study, I say. I know who has the key to Romas's private documents. He stops in the doorway. Doesn't turn around. Who? Romas himself. He keeps everything close. Doesn't trust anyone else with his secrets. I break off a piece of bread. The most damaging evidence, the blackmail, the murder proof, the embezzlement records, it's all in his private study at the villa. And you know this how? I was there when he arranged things. Heard him talking to Agathon about what needed to be secured. Watched him lock documents in his desk, in his safe. I meet his gaze. Men like Romas forget that decorative things have ears. Rofan turns slowly, studies me with those hollow eyes. You're very observant. I had nothing else to do but observe. I touch the map, my finger landing on the villa. 3 years of watching powerful men make mistakes because they think I'm too stupid or too decorative to pay attention. You're neither. No, I'm not. I pause. But it served me to let them think I was. He's quiet for a moment. Then, what else? So I tell him about the layout of the study, the desk with 3 drawers, 2 locked, the safe behind the painting of Zukiev, combination lock, the window overlooking the garden barred, the adjacent library with an unbarred window and a connecting door. You know the combination? Rofan asks. No, but I know he changes it regularly and uses dates that matter to him. His appointment to the Senate, the fire run completion, his father's death. I pause. I watched him open it once. 6 numbers. He was careless because he thought I wasn't paying attention. Can you remember the pattern? The way his hands moved? I close my eyes, visualizing. Maybe, if I saw the lock, I might be able to recreate it. Might isn't good enough. It's better than nothing. I open my eyes, and it's more than you had before you took me. He can't argue with that. Rofan turns back to the window. We'd need to get into the villa, past the guards, into the study, open the safe, get out without being caught. Yes, that's a lot of variables. Yes. And if we're caught, Romus would have us both killed, publicly probably, to make an example. Yes, I don't flinch. But if we succeed, we'd have enough evidence to start the real work of destroying him. Rofan is quiet, thinking. I can almost see the calculations happening behind those hollow eyes. Risk versus reward. Immediate satisfaction versus long-term revenge. I need to think about this, he finally says. Take your time. I move back to my spot against the wall. I'm not going anywhere. He leaves without another word. I sit in the silence, eating the rest of my bread slowly, and allow myself the smallest flicker of hope. He's considering it, actually considering working with me instead of just killing me. It's not trust, not even close, but it's a crack in his armour, and cracks can be widened. I just have to be patient, prove my value, show him I'm more useful as a partner than as a corpse. Survival through intelligence instead of submission. It's a different kind of performance, but at least it's one where I'm using my mind instead of my body. At least it's one where I might actually win. The sun sets through the porthole, painting the cabin in shades of amber and shadow. Rofan doesn't return. I hear him talking with Klytos on deck, their voices low and serious. Planning, considering, weighing options. Good. I curl up in the blankets, the same ones from that night, still smelling faintly of both of us, and close my eyes. Tomorrow he'll either decide I'm useful or decide I'm not. Tomorrow I'll either live or die. But tonight, for the very first time since the abduction, I feel like I have a chance. A real chance. Not at freedom, not yet, but at agency, at choice, at being something other than a victim. I'll take it.
Chapter 11. Rofan. I go back to the cabin after sunset with a decision. Helen is awake, sitting in her usual spot against the wall, wrapped in blankets. She looks when I enter but doesn't speak. Just waits. Smart. She's learning not to push. The villa, I say without preamble. Tell me more about the guards. Rotation schedule. How many? Where they're posted. Her expression doesn't change, but I see the flash of relief in her eyes. She thought I might have decided to kill her instead. She's not wrong. I considered it. 4 guards at night, she says immediately. 2 patrol the grounds, 2 stationed at entry points. Front gate and garden entrance. They rotate every 2 hours. Are they competent? Competent enough, but bored. Nothing ever happens in that neighborhood. She pulls the blanket tighter. They're watching for thieves and drunks, not for someone who knows what they're doing. I sit down across from her. The study window. You said it's barred. Yes. Iron bars. Ornamental but functional. Set into the stone. She pauses. But the window in the adjacent room, the library, has no bars. Just a simple latch. Why would he secure one and not the other? Because the study has valuables, documents, the safe. The library just has books. She almost smiles. He doesn't think books are worth stealing. But the rooms connect. Shared wall. There's a door between them, usually unlocked because he uses both rooms. She tilts her head. Are you planning to go in through the library? I'm planning several options. I lean back against the wall. What else can you tell me about the layout? Guards' sight lines, entry points, escape routes. She tells me. The villa from ground to roof. Guard stations and blind spots. The timing of the neighborhood watch patrols. Which servants sleep where and when they wake. The dogs, two batlas, vicious but trained to ignore familiar scents. How do you know all of this? I interrupt. You were locked in that villa. How do you know guard rotations? I watched. She says it simply. From my windows. From the garden on the rare days they let me walk. I memorized everything because... She stops. Because? Because I was planning my own escape. Eventually, when I worked up the courage, her voice goes quiet. I never did, but I learned the patterns anyway. I study her. This woman who spent 3 years as a prisoner planning an escape she never attempted, gathering intelligence with no way to use it, surviving by learning, because learning was the only control she had. You're more than decorative, I say. Yes, I am. She meets my gaze steadily. Romas wanted decoration. He got a witness to all his crimes instead. His mistake. His fatal mistake. There's steel in her voice. If you just killed me to hurt him, he'd never have known what he lost. But this, using what I know to destroy him, that's poetic. I almost smile. Almost. You're bloodthirsty. I'm practical. There's a difference. She shifts position. What else do you need to know? We talk through the night. She provides details I'd never have thought to ask for. The timing of the servants' meal. Which floorboards creak. How the dogs react to strangers versus familiar scents. The fact that Romas keeps a bottle of expensive Zisk in his study and usually drinks from it late at night. So if we timed it right, I say slowly, went in when he's had enough to drink that his attention is compromised. He'd be at the main estate, not the villa. He only visits the villa once or twice a week now. She pauses. Less since I've been gone. He hasn't even sent anyone to check if I'm there. The bitterness in her voice is sharp enough to cut. Good, I say. Easier if he's not there. Yes. She pulls her knees up, wrapping her arms around them. When are you thinking of going? Not yet. Need to plan it properly. One mistake and we're both dead. I know. And I'll need help. Klydos to watch the street. Someone to create a distraction if things go wrong. I look at her. You'd have to stay here. Can't risk taking you. I understand. No argument. Just acceptance. I stand, move to the porthole. The shipyard is dark, just moonlight on rotting wood. If we get the documents, if we expose some of his crimes, he'll know someone close to him betrayed him. He'll suspect you. Let him suspect. He'll try to find you. Kill you. He's already trying to find me, and you've kept me hidden this long. She's quiet for a while. I'm not afraid of him anymore. Not the way I was. You should be. He's dangerous. So are you. She stands, crosses to the porthole beside me. But I'm more afraid of going back to that cage than I am of dying. At least death would be honest. We stand in silence, looking out at the darkened harbor. The space between us feels different than it did before. Not comfortable. We're not there yet. But less hostile. More cooperative. You need to eat better, I say abruptly. Can't have you weak if we need to move quickly. I've been eating what you bring. I'll tell Klydos to get better supplies. Meat, fruit. Things with actual nutrition. I don't look at her. You're useful. Need to keep you functional. How thoughtful. There's amusement in her voice. Next, you'll be offering me a comb. You do need a comb. Your hair's a mess. I wonder whose fault that is. The reference to that night hangs in the air. We both ignore it. I'll get you a comb, I say. And perhaps something other than one dress? Don't push your luck. Wouldn't dream of it. But she's almost smiling. I leave before the moment can become something more complicated. Find Klydos on deck, smoking in jaichet and staring at the stars. "How'd it go?" he asks. She knows everything. Layout, guards, timing. Details I wouldn't have thought to ask. I lean against the railing. We might actually be able to pull this off. Breaking into a senator's villa to steal evidence against him. Klydos blows smoke. Sounds insane. It is insane. Good. Your best plans usually are. He stubs out the jaichet. When? Not yet. Need to plan it properly. But soon. I pause. She needs better food. More clothes. Basic supplies. Getting soft on your prisoner? She's useful. Want to keep her that way. Sure, that's the reason. He grins with his one eye. I'll get what you need. Anything else? A comb. A comb. She needs... Just get her a comb. Whatever you say, Captain. He's definitely laughing at me now. I glare at him and return to the cabin. Helen is back in her spot, blankets wrapped around her. She looks up as I enter. Klydos is getting you supplies, I say. Better food, a comb, maybe another dress. Thank you. Don't thank me. You're an asset. I take care of my assets. Of course. Purely practical. I ignore the tone and sit down against my wall. We're back in our positions. Opposite sides of the cabin. Carefully maintain distance. But something's shifted. We both feel it. Tomorrow, I say. We start planning the break-in properly. Every detail. Every contingency. Good. And you tell me everything else you know. Every crime. Every name. Every piece of leverage. I will. Because if you're holding anything back, I'm not. She meets my gaze. I want him destroyed. All of him. Everything he's built. I'll give you every weapon I have. I believe her. God's help me. I actually believe her. She's still my prisoner. Still a tool I'm using. But she's also becoming something else. Partner might be too strong a word. But ally, maybe. Reluctant ally bound by mutual hatred and pragmatic need. I can work with that.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 12. Helen. The conversation happens unexpectedly. We're sitting across from each other, and I'm explaining the timing of guard rotations again, when he asks about my life before Romus. I tell him about my father's ship, about dreams I had, about the person I was. He shares pieces of himself in return. The fire run, the arena, the scars that mark him inside and out. Hours pass. The cabin darkens, and the tension between us shifts into something neither of us can ignore. The memory surfaces without warning, That first night in his cabin when desperation drove me to beg him to erase the senator's touch from my skin. I feel the heat pooling between my thighs. He'd said yes then. I want to ask again. The words form on my tongue, but die there. He'll refuse. Tell me to sleep, that we have work tomorrow, that this crosses lines we shouldn't cross. So I shift instead. The tunic slips from my shoulder. Not an accident, though I make it look like one. Fabric pools at my bicep, bearing collarbone and the upper curve of my breast. I tuck my legs beneath me, settling into a pose I've practiced in mirrors and reflections for years. Chin tilted just so, eyes wide and wanting. His gaze tracks the movement. I catch my bottom lip between my teeth, glancing away as heat crawls up my neck. When I peek back through my lashes, his expression has transformed into something feral, predatory, a hunter watching prey wander too close. The air thickens between us. I rise slowly, closing the distance until I stand between his spread thighs. My hand finds his knee for balance.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Chapter 13. Rofan. I wake with her warmth pressed against my side. We didn't mean to fall asleep like this. Didn't plan to stay tangled together on the cabin floor, blankets wrapped around us both. But exhaustion won. And now morning light filters through the porthole onto this scene of unexpected intimacy. I should move, put distance between us, remind both of us this doesn't mean anything beyond physical need and proximity. I don't move. Helen stirs, opens her eyes, sees me watching her. For a moment, neither of us speaks. "Morning," she finally says. "Morning." This is becoming a habit. Bad habit. The worst. But she doesn't pull away either. We lie there in the growing light, and I'm acutely aware of how different this feels from the first time. Less desperate, less angry, more deliberate. That should worry me more than it does. Helen sits up first, pulling the blanket around herself. We should talk about the plan. The actual plan, not just gathering evidence. We've been planning. We've been planning the break-in, the theft of documents. She shifts to face me. But we haven't talked about what comes after, what we actually do with the evidence once we have it. I sit up, pulling on my shirt. We expose him, bring it to the Senate, watch him fall. It's not that simple. She runs her fingers through her tangled hair. Romas has connections, allies, people who benefit from his corruption. If we just dump evidence on the Senate floor, they'll bury it, protect their own. Then what do you suggest? We build a case, a real one. Not just documents, but witnesses, testimony, a narrative the Senate can't ignore. She's animated now, her mind clearly working through strategies. We start small, leak information that makes people question him, create doubt. Then when we release the full evidence, it lands on ground we've already prepared. I cross to the porthole thinking, that takes time. Weeks, maybe months. Yes. I wanted this over quickly. I know. Her voice softens. But quick means he dies without truly suffering, without losing everything, without understanding what you took from him. She pauses. Dead men don't suffer. Ruined men do. The words hit something in me. She's right. Killing Romas in the heat of rage would be satisfying for a moment, but watching him lose his Senate seat, his reputation, his freedom, watching him be exposed as the fraud and criminal he is, that would hurt him in ways death never could. You want to destroy him completely, I say. I want him to live long enough to see everything he built turn to ash. There's steel in her voice. I want him stripped of power and thrown into the same prison where he sent his enemies. I want him to know what it feels like to be helpless. Owned. Nothing. And then? Then you can kill him. If you still want to. She stands, wrapping the blanket around herself like a cloak. But at least he'll have suffered first. Really suffered. I turn from the porthole to look at her. This woman who's gone from prisoner to partner without me quite noticing when the shift happened. She's vicious, strategic. Everything I need to actually pull this off. The Senate won't move against one of their own easily, I say. Even with evidence. Not easily. No. But they will if the alternative is worse. She crosses to the charcoal map on the wall. Romas has enemies. Other senators he's stepped on to climb. Magistrates he's blackmailed. If we give them cover to move against him, if we make it more dangerous to protect him than to condemn him, they'll turn on him like sharks. You've thought about this extensively. 3 years of planning, remember? She traces the villa outline with her finger. I know which senators hate him, which merchants he's ruined, which families want revenge. We just have to give them the weapon and the opportunity. I move to stand beside her, studying the map. So we steal the documents, build the case, create doubt, gather witnesses. Then what? Public trial? Public revelation. At a Senate session, with enough proof that they can't dismiss it, with enough witnesses that they can't silence it. She looks at me. We make it so loud and so damning that even his allies have to abandon him to save themselves. That's ambitious. You kidnapped me to murder me in front of him. I think we're past worrying about ambition. Fair point. And you think this will work, I say. I think it's the only thing that will work. She moves to face me fully. Killing him gives you one moment of satisfaction. This gives you weeks of watching him squirm. Months of watching his empire crumble. The rest of your life knowing you destroyed him completely. The appeal is undeniable. Not just revenge, but total annihilation. Everything Romas values, power, reputation, status, stripped away before his death. I want to kill him myself, I say. In the end, that's non-negotiable. I wouldn't dream of denying you. She almost smiles. I just want to make sure he's suffered properly first. We stand in silence, both looking at the charcoal map. The villa outlined in ash. The guard positions marked. The plan taking shape. This changes everything, I finally say. This isn't just a raid. It's a campaign. Long-term. Complicated. Yes. I'm not good at complicated. You're better at it than you think. She touches the map. You plan this break-in down to the smallest detail. You're strategic when you let yourself be. You just prefer to think of yourself as simple rage. I am simple rage. You're rage with intelligence. There's a difference. She looks at me. And you're capable of patience when the reward is worth it. The question is whether destroying Romas completely is worth the patience. I think about it. About 20 years of survival. About every hell I've endured. About Romas living in luxury while I bled in the arena. While I was broken in Ark's smithy. While I crawled my way back to Corona, with nothing but hatred keeping me alive. Quick death is too merciful. Helen's right. He needs to suffer first. We will do it your way, I say. Build the case. Gather the witnesses. Destroy him publicly before we destroy him personally. Relief flashes across her face. You won't regret this. I already regret everything. This is just one more thing. But there's no heat in it. She returns to her spot against the wall, pulling a blanket around herself. We'll need to be careful, methodical. One mistake and he'll know we're coming. I know. And we'll need Kleidos' help, maybe others, people we can trust. Trust is in short supply. Then people we can use. Everyone has a price or a grudge. She's quiet for a moment. We'll also need to keep me hidden. If Romas finds out I'm working against him, he won't find out. You stay here. Stay safe. I'm not safe anywhere until he's destroyed. Safer here than anywhere else in Corona. I cross to the door. I need to talk to Kleidos, start planning the next steps. Rofan. She stops me with my hand on the door. Thank you for listening, for trusting my judgment on this. I don't trust you. Liar. But she's smiling slightly. I leave before I can confirm or deny it. Kleidos is on deck, mending rope. He looks up when I emerge from the cabin. How's your prisoner? He asks. She's not my prisoner anymore. What is she then? Good question. Partner, ally, strategist. I lean against the railing. We're doing this her way. Slow, methodical, destroying Romas completely before we kill him. Kleidos sets down the rope. You're taking orders from the woman you kidnapped. They're not orders. They're good ideas. Uh-huh. He's grinning with his one eye. You're sleeping with her again. That's not... I stop. How did you know? You're less angry, and you smell like her. He picks up the rope again. It's fine. She seems smart. Probably smarter than you. Definitely smarter than me. So what's the plan? I tell him. About the documents, the witnesses, the careful work of building a case strong enough that even the Senate can't ignore it. About exposing Romas publicly, stripping him of everything, making him suffer before ending him. Kleidos listens without interrupting. When I finish, he nods slowly. It's good, he says. Better than your original plan. My original plan was terrible. Yes, it was. He pulls the rope taut, testing the repair. But you were grieving. Rage makes people stupid. I'm still grieving. Still angry. Yes. But now you're channeling it properly. He looks at me. She's good for you. The woman. Helen. Her name is Helen. Helen, then. He ties off the rope. She's good for you. Makes you think instead of just destroying. I can think. You can. You just don't like to. He stands, brushing off his hands. So what do you need from me? Help with the break-in, watching the streets, creating distractions if necessary. I pause. And information. Which senators hate Romas, which merchants he's wronged, who might testify if they thought they'd be protected. I can do that. The Harbor District has eyes everywhere. People talk. He picks up his tools. Anything else? Keep her safe. If something happens to me during the break-in, get her out of Corona. Take her somewhere Romas can't find her. You planning to die? I'm planning for contingencies. Fair enough. He heads toward the gangplank. I'll start asking around. Quietly. He leaves. I stand on the deck, looking out at Corona in the morning light. The city where I was born. Where I should have lived and died as a respected captain. Where Romas stole everything from me. It's going to take weeks to destroy him properly. Maybe months. But Helen's right. It'll be worth it. I return the cabin. Helen is dressed now, combing her hair with the comb I got her. She looks at me when I enter. Kletos on board? She asks. He is. He'll help gather information, find witnesses. I sit down across from her. This is really happening. We're really doing this. Yes, we are. You're sure about this? About working with me? Are you asking if I trust you? She sets down the comb. No, I don't fully trust you. But I trust that you want Romus destroyed as much as I do. And I trust that you're smart enough to see that my plan is better than yours was. Your confidence is overwhelming. I'm realistic. It's different. She pulls her knees up. We're using each other. We both know it. But we're also building something. Maybe not friendship. Maybe not trust. But partnership. That's enough. Is it? It has to be. She meets my gaze. Because the alternative is we fail. And I'm not willing to fail. Are you? No. Then we work together. Use each other. Build this case. Destroy Romus. She pauses. And whatever happens between us, whatever this is, we deal with it after. After. She stands, crosses to the charcoal map. Now let's plan. We have a senator to ruin. I join her at the map. We stand close, shoulders almost touching, looking at the outline of our revenge. It's not what I planned. Not quick. Not simple. Not satisfying in the immediate way I wanted. But it's better. More complete. More painful for Romus. And maybe more healing for me. If I can learn to be patient. If I can trust Helen's strategy. If I can let go of immediate satisfaction for long-term destruction. Big ifs. But looking at the woman who's become far more than a prisoner or a tool, I think maybe I can. For the very first time since I crawled out of Ark's smithy, I have more than just rage. I have purpose. I have a plan. I have someone working with me instead of against me. It's not hope. Not yet.
Chapter 14. Helen. The planning consumes us. We spend hours at the charcoal map, adding details, crossing out mistakes, refining the approach. Rofan asks questions I never considered. I provide answers to things he wouldn't know to ask. Together, we build something neither of us could have created alone. It's strange working like this. Collaborative. Almost comfortable. I keep expecting him to remind me I'm his prisoner, to reassert dominance or control. But he treats me like a partner with valuable input. It's more respect than I've had in 3 years. The magistrate, Rofan says, pointing to a name we've written on the wall. Telvos, you said he's in Romus's pocket. Completely. Takes bribes to dismiss cases, delay investigations. I lean against the wall thinking. But he's also afraid. Romus knows about his gambling debts, his mistress, the embezzled court funds. So he'd testify if we could protect him. If we could guarantee his safety and immunity, yes. I pause. The problem is we can't guarantee that. Not yet. Rofan nods. We need leverage first. Enough power that when we offer protection, people believe we can deliver. Which means we need the documents. Everything starts with the break-in. Kletos appears in the doorway carrying a sack. Got information. And food. I divide the supplies. Bread, cheese, dried fruit, smoked fish, while Kletos reports. Talk to people in the harbour, he says. There's a shipping merchant, Darius. Romus seized 3 of his contracts 5 years ago. Bankrupted him. He's working the docks now. Massive step down. He's bitter. Would love to see Romus ruined. Would he testify? I ask. If he thought he'd survive it, maybe. Kletos accepts the food I hand him. There are others. A tavern owner whose daughter disappeared after catching Romus's eye. A builder cheated on a contract. People who've been wronged but can't act. Because Romus is too powerful, I finish. Was too powerful, Rofan corrects. We're changing that. I look at him, surprised by the certainty in his voice. He believes we can do this. Maybe I'm starting to believe it too. There's more, Klytos continues. Senate gossip. Romas has been pushing trade reforms that benefit him but hurt smaller merchants. Senators Kyros and Marcellus are quietly opposed, but won't speak up because Romas has blackmail material on them. Where? Rofan asks. Probably the private study, I say, visualizing. He keeps the really damaging material close, things he might need quickly to leverage people. So we steal his blackmail material. We free his victims to speak against him, Rofan says slowly. Exactly. I lean forward. It's not just about exposing Romas. It's about dismantling his entire network of control. We sit in silence, the magnitude settling over us. This isn't just revenge, it's systematic destruction of everything Romas has built. When? Klytos asks. Soon, Rofan says. We finalise the plan, make sure we have every contingency covered, but soon. And after? Klytos looks between us. We build the case, I say. Approach the people Romas wronged. Show them we have proof. Convince them to testify. We leak information that makes the Senate question him. Build pressure until he can't breathe. Then we release everything at once, Rofan finishes. Public revelation, undeniable proof, multiple witnesses. Then I kill him, Rofan adds quietly, after he's lost everything. Klytos nods. Good. He deserves worse than a quick death. They continue discussing logistics, but my mind wanders. For the first time in 3 years, I feel something other than resignation. Hope. Dangerous, fragile hope, but real. Maybe I'll survive this. Maybe Romas will actually pay. Maybe I'll be free. Helen. Rofan's voice pulls me back. You're quiet. Just thinking about what comes after. After Romas is destroyed. After I'm free. The word hangs between us. Free. Where would you go? Klytos asks. I think about the dreams I had as a merchant's daughter. Somewhere he's never been. Somewhere his influence doesn't reach. Maybe one of the 3 sister cities. I look at Rofan. Where would you go? He's quiet for a long moment. I don't know. Haven't thought beyond destroying Romas. You should. You'll need a purpose after. I pause. Revenge is fuel, but it's not sustainable. Eventually you'll need something else. Assuming we survive, Klytos points out. Assuming that, yes. We return to planning, but something has shifted. We're not just planning Romas's destruction anymore. We're planning for after, for the possibility of a future. It makes it real. Night falls. Klytos leaves. Rofan and I remain with the map. You know I can't let you leave, he says suddenly. Not yet. Not until this is done. I know. If you ran, if you warned him. I won't. I face him. I want him destroyed as much as you do. I'm not going anywhere. You say that now. I mean it. I cross to where he sits. I have nowhere to go. No money, no connections, no family. The only thing I have is this chance to make him pay. Why would I throw that away? He studies my face. You're still my prisoner. Am I? Because it feels more like we're partners stuck in the same ship. I sit beside him. You don't trust me. I don't fully trust you, but we're working toward the same goal. That's enough. Is it? It has to be. We sit in silence. The cabin dark except for moonlight through the porthole. You're not in the arena anymore, I say quietly. Aren't I? Different cage, different fights, same violence. No, this time you're choosing the fight. That's different. I reach out, touch his hand. And this time you're not alone. He turns to look at me, something raw in his expression. I don't know how to do this. How to work with someone. How to trust. You're learning. We both are. I don't let go of his hand. Neither of us knows what we're doing, but we're figuring it out. Together? Together. The word feels significant, heavy with meaning we're not quite ready to examine. You should sleep, he says. Tomorrow we finalise the break-in plan. But neither of us moves. We stay sitting side by side, hands linked, looking out at the moonlit shipyard. I don't feel like a prisoner. I feel like a partner. Someone who matters for more than just information. It's dangerous feeling like this, starting to believe we might actually have a future beyond destruction. But somewhere between captivity and collaboration, between rage and strategy, between using each other and working together, something changed. I'm not sure what to call it. Don't know if I should name it at all. But it's there, real and growing. We'll strategize. We'll prepare to destroy an empire. But tonight, we're just two ruined people who found each other in the wreckage.
Chapter 15. Rophan. Klydos wakes me before dawn with urgent news. Mercenaries, he says quietly, in the harbor district, asking about Helen. I'm on my feet immediately, hand going to my knife. How many? 6 that I saw. Could be more. He glances at Helen, still asleep in her blankets. They're showing a sketch, offering coin for information. Roma sent them. They hit the siren's breast last night, working their way through every establishment, every warehouse. Klydos keeps his voice low. They'll reach the shipyard eventually. I move to the porthole, looking out at the dark harbor, torchlight in the distance, moving, searching. Helen stirs behind me. What's wrong? Roma's hired mercenaries. They're looking for you. I turn to face her. We need to be ready to move if they get too close. She's awake instantly. How long do we have? Hours, maybe. I cross to the charcoal map. The shipyard is isolated. They might skip it, but we can't count on that. What do we do? Stay quiet. Stay hidden. I look at Klydos. Can you watch the approaches? Warn us if they're coming? Already planned to. He moves to the door. 3 knocks. Pause. 2 knocks. That means run. He leaves. Helen and I are alone in the cabin, the threat hanging over us. This is my fault, she says quietly. If you hadn't taken me, I chose to take you. The consequences are mine. I return to the porthole, and Roma sending mercenaries proves he cares more about his pride than your safety. You were right about him. That doesn't make me feel better. It should. It means we're on the right path. We wait in tense silence as dawn breaks. I watch the harbor district wake. Sailors, merchants, the eternal rhythm of the docks. And moving through it all, the mercenaries. Methodical. Professional. They're not just thugs. They're trained searchers. Tell me about them, Helen says. What are we dealing with? I study the distant figures. 6 visible, working in pairs, checking buildings systematically. Professional operation. Can you fight them if you have to? 6? Maybe. But fighting draws attention. City Guard would get involved. I flex my scarred hands. Better to stay hidden. And if they find us anyway? We run. Get you out of Corona entirely if necessary. I glance at her. Klydos has contacts in other ports. We could get you on a ship. What about you? What about destroying Romas? Your survival matters more than my revenge. The words are out before I can stop them. Helen stares at me. Since when? She asks. Since when did her survival become more important than making Romas suffer? When did she stop being a tool? Since I realized you're the only one who can actually destroy him properly, I say, deflecting. I need you alive. Right. Practical reasons. But we both know I'm lying. The morning drags on. We watch through the porthole as the mercenaries work their way through the harbor district. Closer. Always closer. Helen paces the cabin. I hate this. Hate waiting. Hate being helpless. You're not helpless. Aren't I? I can't fight. Can't run. Can't do anything but hide and hope. She stops at the porthole. At least in the villa I knew what to expect. How is this worse? Because I have hope now, and hope hurts more when it's taken away. She turns to face me. In the villa I'd given up, accepted my fate. But now I want things. Want to see Romus destroyed. Want to be free. Want... She stops herself. Want what? Nothing. It doesn't matter. But her eyes betray her. She wants more than just freedom. More than just revenge. She wants this. Us. Whatever this is becoming. And that's terrifying because I want it too. 3 knocks. Pause. 2 knocks. We freeze. Klydos' signal. The mercenaries are coming. Move! I hiss, grabbing Helen's arm. Into the cargo hold. Now. We scramble down into the ship's lower deck. Dark, cramped, smelling of rot and seawater. I pull a tarp over us both, holding Helen against me in the darkness. Her breathing is fast, panicked. I put my hand over her mouth gently. Quiet, I whisper. They'll hear you. She nods, forcing herself to slow her breathing. I feel her heart pounding against my chest. Footsteps on the deck above. Heavy boots. Multiple men. Waste of time, a voice says. Ship's rotting. No one's here. Check it anyway. Captain's orders. Another voice, rougher. He's paying for thorough. More footsteps. They're boarding. Coming inside. Helen trembles against me. I tighten my grip. My other hand goes to my knife. If they find us, if they try to take her, I'll kill them all. The footsteps move through the upper deck. Doors opening and closing. The cabin where we've been sleeping. The galley. Moving methodically. Then silence. We wait. Hearts pounding. Barely breathing. Nothing here, the first voice says. Told you. Dead ship. Fine. Mark it checked. Next one. The footsteps retreat. Boots on the gangplank. Voices fading. We stay hidden for long minutes. Finally, Klydos' voice from above. They're gone. You can come out. We crawl out from under the tarp, covered in dust and rat droppings. But alive. Safe. For now. Helen collapses against the wall, her legs shaking. That was too close. They'll be back, eventually. I climb the ladder to the main deck. We need to move the planning forward, get the documents before Romus tightens security. Klydos nods. They're searching the whole harbor district. Once they finish, they'll expand. You don't have much time before this becomes impossible. Then we go soon. The decision is made. Get the documents, get out, start building the case. Soon isn't much time, Helen says, climbing up behind me. It's what we have. I return to the cabin, to the charcoal map. We finalize every detail, plan for every contingency, and then we execute. Helen joins me at the map. Tell me about Ark's smithy. The question catches me off guard. What? You mentioned it before. Said you were there before coming here. She looks at me. What did it take from you? Helen, we're partners now. If we're going to trust each other with our lives, I need to know what you survived. She's right. But talking about Ark's smithy is harder than talking about the arena or Egino. It's a village, I say slowly. Looks peaceful. But there's a barrier. Magic that drains men who enter. Takes your strength, your will, everything. And the women? Use the men. For labor. For... I stop, my hands clenching. I was there for months. Every day I got weaker. Every day I lost more of myself. How did you escape? I didn't escape. I just kept crawling, kept moving even when my body wanted to stop. Eventually I crossed the barrier, collapsed outside. I touched my ribs, feeling how thin I still am. A traveling merchant found me. But you survived. Barely. It took everything. The words come out quiet. My strength, my will, my belief that I deserve to survive. Helen is quiet. Then she takes my hand, the one with the burn scars. You survived, she says firmly. You kept moving when you should have died. That's not nothing. That's strength. Or stubbornness. Same thing, sometimes. She squeezes my hand. You're not hollow, Rofan. You're just recovering. Still becoming whatever you're going to be after all this. I look at her. This woman who sees through every wall I build. How do you do that? I ask. Do what? See things in me that I can't see in myself. Because I've been there. Been nothing. Been empty. She touches my face gently. I recognize the signs. And I know they're temporary. If you let them be. The moment stretches between us. Intimate. Vulnerable. Real connection. Real care. I should pull away. Rebuild the walls. But I don't. Soon, I say instead. We break in soon. Get the documents. Start the real work. Soon, Helen agrees. And until then, we make sure nothing goes wrong. She nods and returns to the map. We spend the rest of the day going over every detail, every contingency, every possible failure point. But something has shifted between us. The near miss with the mercenaries, the vulnerability we showed each other, the admission that we care about more than just revenge.
Chapter 16. Helen. I'm not afraid of him anymore. The thought hits me while I'm watching Rofan study the charcoal map, his scarred hands tracing guard routes, his brow furrowed in concentration. When did that happen? When did the monster who climbed through my window become... this? Not safe. He'll never be safe. He's still dangerous, still capable of violence, still half feral from everything he's survived. But I'm not afraid. I'm something else entirely. You're staring, he says without looking up. I'm thinking. About? How strange this is, working with you, planning with you. I lean against the wall. Mere weeks ago you were going to kill me. Now we're partners. Mere weeks ago you were Romas's property. Now you're... He pauses, finally looking at me. What are you now? Good question. Free-ish, I say. Still can't leave. Still technically your prisoner, but it doesn't feel like captivity anymore. What does it feel like? I think about it. About the planning sessions that stretch for hours. About the conversations that go deeper than strategy. About the way he brought me better food and warmer blankets without being asked. About the moment he said my survival mattered more than his revenge. Partnership, I finally say. Collaboration. Something voluntary even if the circumstances aren't. He turns back to the map. You could still try to run. I wouldn't stop you. Liar. I wouldn't. He traces another route on the map. You're right that I need you, but I wouldn't force you to stay if you really wanted to go. I cross to stand beside him. looking at the charcoal lines representing the villa I escaped. Where would I go? I have no money, no connections, no family, and even if I did... I pause. I want this. Want to see Romus destroyed. Want to be part of making it happen. Revenge. Justice, I correct, and agency. For the first time in 3 years, I'm choosing what happens to me, even if my choices are limited. Rofan is quiet for a moment. You're different than I expected. How so? Stronger, smarter, more... He searches for the word. Vicious. I thought you'd be broken, traumatized beyond function, but you're not. I am traumatized. I am broken. I touch the map, my finger landing on the villa. But broken doesn't mean useless, and trauma doesn't erase intelligence. No, it doesn't. He looks at me, really looks at me. You're remarkable. The word catches me off guard. Romus called me beautiful, decorative, well-trained, never remarkable. So are you, I say quietly. I'm a killer, a survivor. Nothing remarkable about that. You're intelligent, strategic. You planned an infiltration that should have been impossible and executed it flawlessly. I face him fully. You survived multiple hells that should have killed you. You crawled out of Ark's smithy when you should have been drained dry. You're not just a survivor. You're formidable. He looks uncomfortable with the praise. I'm half-starved and barely functional. You're recovering. There's a difference. I touch his arm, feeling the muscle beneath the ragged shirt. You're getting stronger. I can see it. Not strong enough, not yet. His jaw clenches. The villa break-in requires climbing, fighting if necessary, speed. I'm better than I was, but then we get you better. I cross to the door. Kletos. The grey-furred Minotaur appears. What? Rofan needs help, medicine, a healer, something to get him strong enough for the villa. I look between them. What can we get? Kletos studies Rofan with his one eye. There's a healer in the harbour district, Myra. She deals with arena fighters, sailors with injuries, discreet. She might have something. What kind of something? Rofan asks. Stimulants, painkillers, things that let you push past your limits temporarily. Kletos crosses his arms. They're not healing. They just mask what's wrong, and you pay for it after. But for one night, for a critical mission, they work. Get them, I say before Rofan can refuse. Helen! You said it yourself. You're not strong enough yet, so we make you strong enough. I meet his gaze. Whatever it takes to destroy Romus. Whatever it takes. He studies me for a minute, then nods. Get them. Kletos leaves, returns an hour later with a small woman, human, grey-haired, carrying a leather satchel that smells of herbs and something sharper. This is Myra, Kletos says. The healer looks Rofan up and down with professional assessment. You're the one who needs boosting? For one night, one mission. Rofan's voice is wary. What can you do? Depends what you need. She sets her satchel on the table, begins pulling out vials and pouches. Strength, endurance, pain suppression, speed. All of it. Greedy. But she's smiling slightly. I can give you a blend. Red leaf for strength, black root for pain, a touch of kava extract for endurance. She mixes as she talks, grinding herbs with practiced efficiency. You'll feel invincible for about 6 hours, strong as you were before whatever broke you. And after? I ask. After you crash, hard, fever, shakes, muscle pain, maybe hallucinations if you push too far. Myra looks up. This isn't healing. It's borrowing from tomorrow to pay for tonight. You understand? I understand, Rofan says. Good. She finishes mixing, produces a small flask, pours the mixture in, dark liquid, almost black, with an acrid smell. Drink this an hour before you need it. It hits fast, lasts 6 hours, then drops you like a stone. Don't take it unless you have somewhere safe to recover after. How much? Klytos asks. For arena work, I'd charge 50 epia, for whatever revolution you're planning. She grins. Call it 20. I don't like senators anyway. Klytos pays her. She leaves with a warning. Don't use it twice. Your body won't survive a second dose within a month. When she's gone, Rofan holds the flask up to the light. The liquid inside is viscous, dark. This will work? Arena fighters use it, Klytos says. When they're injured but have to fight anyway. When they need one more win before retirement. It works. Just don't push past the 6 hours, and make sure you're somewhere safe when it wears off. I will be. Rofan tucks the flask into his belt. We'll time the break-in carefully, in and out before this wears off. And after? I press. After it wears off and you crash? Then I recover here, in the cabin, with you watching over me. He touches my face briefly. If you're willing. Of course I'm willing. I cover his hand with mine. We're in this together. Together. The word has become our promise, our anchor. We return to planning, but I can't stop thinking about the flask, about what it means that he's willing to poison himself temporarily just to complete this mission, about how much destroying Romus matters to him, about how much I matter to him, that he's trusting me to watch over him when he's vulnerable. Rofan, I say quietly. Yes? Thank you for listening to me, for trusting my plan, for... I pause. For seeing me as more than a tool. You were never just a tool. His voice is rough. I told myself you were, but you were never just anything. We stay like that, hands linked, sitting close, the night settling around us, until exhaustion finally wins. But tonight, we're just two broken people who found each other in the wreckage. Later, after Rofan has gone to speak with Klytos, I sit alone in the cabin and force myself to confront the truth. I'm falling for my captor, the man who kidnapped me, who threatened to kill me, who kept me prisoner on a rotting ship. It should horrify me, should feel like Stockholm Syndrome or trauma bonding or some other psychological trap. But it doesn't, because he's not Romus. He's honest about his violence instead of dressing it up as kindness. He listens when I speak instead of just using my body. He sees me as intelligent, valuable, remarkable. He gave me purpose when I had none, agency when I was helpless, partnership when I was alone. Is that love? I don't know. Maybe it's just gratitude twisted into something that looks like affection. Or maybe it's real. Maybe two broken people can find something genuine in the wreckage of their lives. Maybe this, complicated and messy and built on revenge, is exactly what we both need. I watch him through the porthole, standing on deck with Klytos, gesturing as he talks, strong, intelligent, capable, attractive, I realise. Under the scars and the emaciation and the damage, he's handsome. More than handsome. Compelling in a way Romus never was. Romus was cruel in expensive clothes. Rofan is honest cruelty tempered with unexpected softness. I know which I prefer. The sun sets over the shipyard, painting everything gold and shadow. Tomorrow we'll plan more, prepare more, get closer to the moment when we break in and steal the evidence that will destroy Romus. And after? After, we'll see what we are when revenge is done, if we survive that long, if we can build something real from this foundation of destruction. Big ifs, but for the first time in 3 years I have hope. Dangerous, foolish, probably doomed hope, but real. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 17. Rofan. We are ready. Every detail mapped. Every contingency covered. Tomorrow night we break into the villa and steal the evidence that will destroy Romus. Everything comes down to this. I should feel ready. Instead, I feel uncertain. Because tomorrow I might get Helen killed. You're brooding, she says from behind me. Thinking about tomorrow. About what happens if this goes wrong. It won't, she crosses to me. We're ready. And if we're not, if you end up back in his hands, the thought makes my chest tight. Then we make sure that doesn't happen. She takes my face in her hands. Tonight, I don't want to think about tomorrow. Tonight, I just want to choose you. Really choose you. Something breaks open in my chest. Her hands are still on my face. Soft. Steady. Sure. I cover them with mine. Scarred palm swallowing hers, and pull her mouth to mine. This kiss isn't gentle. It's teeth and hunger and the taste of everything we've both survived. She moans into it, low, needy, and climbs me like she's been waiting years for permission. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Worth it, she whispers, voice hoarse. I pull her against me, gentler now, her head on my chest, my arm around her waist. We sit in the wreckage. Maps ruined, floor slick, air thick with sex and sweat. Tomorrow we risk everything. Tonight we claim something neither of us can lose.
Chapter 18. Helen. I wake wrapped in his arms. The morning light through the porthole is grey and soft, painting Rofan's sleeping face in shades of shadow. He looks younger like this, less haunted, almost peaceful. Tonight he breaks into the villa. Tonight everything changes. I stay still, not wanting to wake him, memorising this moment. His scarred hands resting on my waist, his breathing slow and even, the weight of him beside me, solid and real. Last night was different, not desperate or angry or just physical, something deeper, something that felt like choice instead of need, something that felt like love, though I'm not ready to call it that yet. He stirs, his eyes opening slowly, sees me watching him. "Morning," he says, his voice rough with sleep. "Morning." We lie there in silence, both aware of what today means, what tonight means. "You do not have to do this," I say quietly. "We could wait, plan more, make sure." The plan is ready. Waiting just gives Romus more time to increase security. He touches my face gently. This is happening tonight. I know. I turn into his touch. "I just wish I could go with you." Too dangerous. If something goes wrong, if we're caught. He stops. I need you here. Safe. While you risk everything. While I do what I'm good at. He sits up, the blankets falling away, breaking into places, stealing things, violence if necessary. You're good at strategy and planning. Let me be good at execution. He's right, but I hate it. Hate the idea of sitting here while he faces danger. While he could be caught, killed, thrown into Romas's dungeons. While I wait helplessly to see if he comes back. Klytos appears in the doorway, tactfully not looking at our tangled blankets. Morning. Today's the day? Tonight, Rofan confirms, standing and pulling on his clothes. We go after the guard rotation when he's at the Senate dinner. I'll have the escape routes ready. Boat at the North Dock if you need to run. Klytos sets down food, better fare than usual. Bread, cheese, dried meat. Eat. You'll need strength. We eat in near silence, the weight of the coming night pressing down on us. I watch Rofan's hands as he tears bread, as he drinks water. Those scarred, burned hands that have survived so much. That might not survive tonight. Stop, he says without looking at me. Stop what? Thinking about all the ways this could go wrong. He finally meets my eyes. I've done this before. Infiltrated enemy territory. Stolen from fortified positions. I know what I'm doing. In the arena, in war, this is different. How? Because I care if you come back. The admission slips out. In the arena, you only risked yourself. Tonight, you're risking us. His expression softens. I'm coming back. I promise. You can't promise that. Then I'll do everything in my power to make it true. He crosses to me, pulling me up, holding me close. I survived Egino, the arena, Ark's smithy. I'll survive this. I want to believe him, want to believe that determination and skill are enough. But I've seen how quickly things go wrong, how plans crumble, how people die despite promises. Klytos clears his throat. I'll be outside, preparing supplies. He leaves. We're alone again. Tell me the plan, I say. One more time. So he does. The route over the garden wall, the climb to the library window, the door to the study, the safe behind the painting, the documents inside, the escape route back through the gardens. Simple, clean, efficient. So many things that could go wrong. What if the combination doesn't work, I ask. You saw him open it once. You remember the pattern. It'll work. What if there are more guards than expected? Klytos will signal. We abort and try another night. What if Romas comes home early? He won't. The Senate dinner runs late. Always has. Rofan cups my face. We've planned for contingencies. We've covered every variable. Now we have to trust the plan. I trust you. It's fate I don't trust. Fate has been trying to kill me for 20 years. I'm still here. Almost a smile. I'm not dying in some senator's villa. Not when I'm this close. Not when we're this close, I correct. Not when we're this close, he agrees. The day drags on. Rofan and Klytos check equipment. Rope, dark clothes, lockpicks, the leather bag for documents. I watch them prepare with growing dread. This is real. This is happening. Tonight he walks into danger and I can do nothing but wait. I need you to do something for me, Rofan says as evening approaches. What? If I don't come back, if something goes wrong, I need you to run. Klytos will get you on a ship out of Corona. You go somewhere Romas can't find you. Somewhere safe. No. Helen. No, if you die, I'm not running. I'm finishing this. I meet his gaze steadily. I'll use what we planned, build the case, destroy him. It might take longer without you, but I'll do it. That's the deal. You come back. We do this together. You don't come back. I do it alone. I step closer, But I'm not running. I'm not letting him win. Not after everything. Rofan stares at me for a long moment. Then he nods slowly. You're stubborn. I learned from the best. Fair. He pulls me close, and we stand there in the cabin that's been our home, our war room, our refuge. Two lost people who found each other in the wreckage. I love you, I whisper against his chest. His arms tighten around me. Helen. You don't have to say it back. I just needed you to know, before you go, before everything changes. I pull back to look at him. I love you, and I'm choosing you, and I'll be here when you come back. His eyes are bright, raw. I don't. Not now. Not as a promise before danger. I touch his face. Say it when you come back, when we're safe, when it's real. He kisses me instead, deep and thorough and full of things he can't say. Then he pulls away, starts preparing. Klytos returns with final supplies. The sun sets. It's time. Rofan stands at the door, dark clothes, rope coiled over his shoulder, knife at his belt. He looks like what he is, a warrior preparing for battle. I'll be back before dawn, he says. You'd better be. He smiles, just slightly. Then he's gone, Klytos following, disappearing into the darkening shipyard. I'm alone. I move to the porthole, watching their silhouettes disappear into the night. Heading toward the villa, toward Romus, toward everything we've been planning, toward danger. My hands shake. I press them against the glass, willing him to be safe, to be smart, to come back. Come back to me, I whisper to the empty cabin. Please come back. The night settles over Corona. Somewhere out there, Rofan is climbing walls, breaking into studies, stealing documents that will destroy a senator. And I'm here, waiting, helpless, hating every second of it. I sink down beneath the porthole, wrapping a blanket around myself, and wait.
Chapter 19. Rofan. The villa looks exactly as Helen described it. White stone glowing in moonlight. Guards patrolling routes. The eastern garden wall 8 feet high, climbable. The library window on the second floor, unbarred. But something's wrong. I crouch in the shadows across the street with Klytos, watching. Counting. 4 guards, I whisper. She said 2. He's doubled security, Klytos confirms quietly. After the kidnapping. He's paranoid. Of course he is. I stole his prized possession weeks ago. He'd be an idiot not to increase protection. And whatever else Romus is, he's not an idiot. The rotations change too, I observe. They're staggered now. No clean window where both are out of sight. So what's the plan? Good question. The original plan assumed 2 guards on predictable rotation. 4 guards on overlapping schedules is a different problem entirely. I study the villa, looking for alternatives. The eastern wall is still the best approach. Most shadowed, furthest from the main gate. But with 4 guards instead of 2, there's always eyes on something. Unless... The library window, I say. Helen mentioned the servants' entrance is on the north side. If we create a distraction there, small fire, noise, something, it'll pull at least 2 guards away from the eastern approach. And the other 2? We'll be focused on the disturbance, giving me maybe 5 minutes to scale the wall, reach the window, get inside. I look at him. Can you create a distraction without getting caught? I've been creating distractions my whole life. Klytos grins with his one eye. Give me 10 minutes to get in position. When you see smoke from the north side, move. He disappears into the shadows. I'm alone now, watching the villa, counting heartbeats. The guards complete their rotation. One passes the eastern wall, another checks the main gate. 2 more patrol the north and west sides, overlapping, professional. Romus learned from his mistake. This is going to be harder than I thought. Smoke rises from the north side. Klydos' signal. Shouts. Fire! The servants' quarters! 2 guards immediately run toward the disturbance. The other 2 follow seconds later, not abandoning their posts entirely but moving to assist. Now, I cross the street in 3 strides and hit the eastern wall running. Find holds in the decorative stonework, same as before, muscle memory taking over despite the added difficulty. My hands scream in protest. The burns, the scars, everything aches. But I don't stop. Can't stop. Up and over. Land in the flower bed. Freeze. Listen. Distant shouts from the north side. The guards are occupied with Klydos' distraction. But for how long? I move quickly through the garden toward the east side of the villa. The library window is where Helen said. 2nd floor, dark, unbarred. The climb is brutal. My hands find holds in decorative stonework and thick vines, but each grip sends pain shooting through my scarred palms. Sweat runs into my eyes. My muscles tremble. I'm stronger than I was, but not strong enough. Not yet. Focus. Climb. I reach the library window. Test it gently. Unlocked, as Helen predicted. Romus doesn't think books are worth stealing. His mistake. The window opens silently. I slip through gauze curtains into darkness. The library smells like old paper and leather. Moonlight through the window shows rows of shelves, a reading desk, a door on the far wall. The door to the study. I cross carefully, testing each floorboard. Helen said the 3rd board from the desk creaks. I step over it. The door handle turns smoothly. Unlocked. Why would Romus lock a door between his own rooms? The study beyond is darker. Heavy curtains block moonlight. I let my eyes adjust, making out shapes. Desk, chairs, bookshelves, and on the far wall, the painting of Zukiev ascending to heaven. Behind it, the safe. I cross to the painting and lift it carefully off its hooks. The safe is exactly where Helen said. Built into the wall, combination lock, 6 numbers. This is the moment. If Helen's memory is wrong, if Romus changed the combination, this ends here. I think back to what she told me. The pattern his fingers made. The dates that mattered to him. First combination, his Senate appointment. I turn the dial carefully, feeling for the clicks. The lock doesn't move. Second combination. The fire run completion date. My hands are sweating now. Nothing. The lock stays frozen. He changed it. Of course he changed it after the break-in. He's not stupid. I'm about to abort when I remember something else Helen said. A conversation we had about Romus, about what he valued. He considers me his greatest investment, she'd said bitterly. The proof of his wealth and taste. The date he bought her. It's twisted. Narcissistic. Exactly the kind of thing Romus would do. Change the combination to commemorate acquiring his favorite possession. I try it. The date Helen was brought to the villa. 6 numbers. Turn the dial. Hold my breath. Click. The safe opens. Relief floods through me so intensely I almost laugh. Helen knew. She predicted he'd change it. She predicted what he'd change it to. She's brilliant. I pull the door wide and see documents inside. Folders. Ledgers. More than I expected. I start pulling them out, stuffing them into the leather bag. Letters. Financial records. Contracts. A smaller lockbox. I take the whole thing. Then I see it. A folder labeled in Romus's hand. Leverage. I open it, Inside are letters, blackmail material. The senators Helen mentioned, Kairos, Marcellus, but also others, magistrates, guild administrators, merchants, each with documentation of crimes, indiscretions, vulnerabilities. Romas's entire network of control in one folder. This is better than I hoped. I'm stuffing the last documents into the bag when I hear it. Footsteps in the hallway outside. Multiple people, moving fast. Told you to check the study. A voice, muffled through the door but clear enough. Master's orders. Someone's in the house. The distraction's over. The guards found nothing, and now they're sweeping the interior. I move fast, replace the painting over the safe, cross to the library door. It opens. A guard stands in the doorway, sword drawn. His eyes go wide when he sees me. Intrude! I'm on him before he can finish. Hand over his mouth, forearm across his throat. We struggle. He's strong, trained, but I'm desperate. He goes limp. I lower him carefully, then grab his sword. More footsteps. Coming fast. No time for the window. No time for careful. I burst through the library door into the hallway. A second guard sees me. Shouts, "There!" I run. Down the hall. Toward the stairs. More guards converging from below. No good. I spin, head back toward the study. The balcony Helen mentioned, the one overlooking the garden. If I can reach it. A guard steps from a side room. Sword raised. We clash. He's good. Better than the dock worker I sparred with. His blade rings against mine, forcing me back. But I'm fueled by 20 years of survival. 20 years of refusing to die. I feint left, strike right. My blade catches his shoulder. He screams, drops his sword. I'm past him, through the study, crashing through the balcony doors. Below me, the garden. 20 feet down. Behind me, guards entering the study. Stop! In the name of Senator Romas! I climb over the railing and drop. Land hard. My ankle explodes in pain. Something tears. Ligament. Tendon. I don't know. Don't care. Run. Through the garden. The guards are shouting behind me. Some heading for the ground entrance, others running for the main gate to cut me off. I hit the eastern wall and climb. Every handhold agony. My ankle screaming. The bag heavy with stolen documents. Over the top. Drop to the street on the other side. More shouts. There! On the street! I run, through alleys, around corners, using every bit of knowledge I have about Corona's layout. The guards are behind me, but I'm faster despite the pain. Desperate. I reach the harbor district, the docks, the north dock where Klydos waits with the boat. Go! I shout, throwing myself into the boat. Go now! Klydos doesn't hesitate. Cuts the line. Starts rowing. We pull away from the dock just as guards round the corner. Halt! In the name of... We're already gone. Into the darkness of the harbor. Between rotting ships. Disappearing into the maze of vessels and moorings. Klydos rows us to the shipyard. To the daybreak. We tie up and scramble aboard. Helen is at the railing. She sees me limping, bleeding, and her face floods with relief and fear. You're back. You're alive. Barely. I hand her the bag. But I got it. Everything. She opens the bag, sees the documents, the folders, the lockbox. Gods, this is... She gazes up at me. This is more than we hoped for. Romas's entire network, every piece of blackmail, every corrupt deal, every crime documented. I sink onto the deck, adrenaline fading, pain flooding in. We have him. Helen drops beside me, her hands on my face. You're hurt. Your ankle. It's fine. Just twisted. I pull her close despite the pain. I came back, like I promised. You came back. She's crying now. Relief. Fear released. You stupid, reckless. You came back. I wasn't about to make you finish this alone. Klydos appears with the bag. We should look at this. See what we have. We move into the cabin. Spread the documents on the floor. Start sorting through them. It's worse, better, than we imagined. Letters proving bribes to multiple senators. Contracts showing illegal trade deals. Records of embezzled funds. Testimony from silenced witnesses. And the leverage folder. Blackmail material on at least 24 powerful figures. This is enough, Helen says, her voice shaking. This is enough to destroy him completely. If we use it right. I pick up one of the letters. If we build the case properly, get witnesses to testify, present it to the Senate in a way they can't ignore. We will. She looks at me. Her eyes are bright, fierce. We have what we need. Now the real work begins. Klydos nods. I'll start reaching out. Find the people Romas wronged. See who's willing to testify now that we have proof. Carefully, I warn. If Romas finds out we're building a case, he already knows someone broke in, stole documents. Helen touches the folders. He'll be scrambling, trying to figure out what we took, who has it, what they plan to do with it. Good. Let him scramble. I lean back against the wall, exhaustion finally hitting me. Let him feel afraid for once. Helen settles beside me, the documents spread between us. Evidence of Romas's corruption, proof of everything he's done, the key to destroying him. You said it when you came back, she says quietly, that you weren't about to make me finish this alone. I meant it. I know. She takes my hand, the one with burn scars. I love you. And now that you're back safe, now that this is real. She pauses. You can say it if you feel it. Or not. But I needed you to know. I look at her. This woman who survived 3 years of hell, who saw through my walls, who made me feel human again when I thought that was impossible, who I'm falling for, despite everything. I don't know if I know what love is, I admit. After everything. After all the ways I've been broken. That's fair. But I know you matter more than revenge. I know I'd choose your safety over Romas's death. I know when I thought I might not come back tonight, all I could think about was you. I squeeze her hand. If that's love, then yes. I love you. She kisses me, soft and gentle and full of relief. It's love, she whispers, and it's enough. We sit together in the cabin, surrounded by stolen documents, building a case that will reduce Romas's world to ash.
Chapter 20. Helen. We spend the next days organising the evidence. Documents spread across the cabin floor in careful categories. Bribes here, blackmail there, murder evidence, embezzlement, trade violations. Each piece of Romas's corruption sorted and catalogued. It's worse than I remembered. Worse than I witnessed. The man I lived with for 3 years was a monster. I knew that. But seeing it documented, every crime, every victim, every calculated cruelty, makes it real in a way that observations never did. This one, I say, holding up a letter. From Senator Kiros. He's agreeing to vote Romas's way on trade reforms in exchange for... I scan the page. In exchange for Romas not revealing that Kairos accepted bribes from Dravari merchants. Rofan takes the letter, reads it. So Kairos is being blackmailed to vote a certain way, using evidence of previous blackmail acceptance. Romus is blackmailing someone with proof they took bribes, which makes them take more bribes. I almost laugh. It's circular, elegant in a sick way. And it means Kairos will testify if we offer him protection. Rofan adds the letter to the stack marked Witnesses, Probable. What about Marcellus? I find the folder. Similar situation. Romus has letters proving Marcellus embezzled funds from the Senate treasury. Small amounts, but enough to end his career. Marcellus has been voting Romus's way ever since. These men run the Senate. Rofan sits back. If they're compromised, how many others are? I pick up the leverage folder, flip through it. At least 20. Senators, magistrates, guild administrators, all controlled through blackmail or bribery. Romus didn't just corrupt the system. He built a network of control that touches everything. Which means when we expose him, we expose them too. Some of them. I set the folder down carefully. Others we offer deals, testify against Romus, get immunity, choose their own destruction or his. Rofan watches me sort documents. You're good at this, strategic thinking, seeing the whole field. 3 years of watching him play these games, I learned. I glance at him. But I couldn't execute, couldn't act. You gave me that. We gave each other that. He touches my hand briefly. Neither of us could do this alone. Klytos appears in the doorway. Got news? We both look up. Romus is losing his mind, Klytos says, settling onto the floor with us. Increased security at the villa and the main estate. Guards everywhere. He's questioning servants, threatening people, trying to figure out who robbed him. Good. Rofan's voice is cold. Let him panic. There's more. He's been pulling favours, calling in debts, trying to shore up support in the Senate. Some of his allies are getting nervous. They don't know what was stolen, but they know he's worried. Which means they're wondering what he's hiding, I say. Exactly. Klytos pulls out a folded paper. And I made contact with one of your witnesses, Darius, the shipping merchant Romus bankrupted. He's willing to meet. When? Rofan asks. Tomorrow night. Neutral location. He wants to see proof before he commits to anything. I look at Rofan. We show him the documents related to his case, the contracts Romus seized illegally, proof of the bribery that let Romus take his business. And if he agrees to testify? Then we have our first witness. I touch the stacks of evidence. And we start building momentum. 1 witness leads to 2. 2 leads to 4. Eventually it becomes an avalanche. Klytos nods. I'll set it up. Midnight tomorrow, the old grain warehouse on the South Docks. He leaves. Rofan and I return to the documents. This is really happening, I say quietly. We're really doing this. Having doubts? No, just realising how big it is. How many people Romus has hurt. How much damage he's done. I pick up a letter detailing a merchant's suicide after Romus destroyed his business. We're not just getting revenge, we're getting justice for all of them. Justice and revenge. Rofan's voice is hard. I want both. We'll get both. I set the letter down carefully. But the justice part takes time. Building the case, gathering witnesses, waiting for the right moment to reveal everything. How long? Weeks, maybe longer. I meet his gaze. Can you be patient that long? I've been patient for 20 years. I can manage a few more weeks. He pauses. As long as you're here. The admission is quiet, vulnerable, so different from the hollow-eyed Minotaur who kidnapped me. I'm not going anywhere, I assure him. We finish this together. Together. We work through the evening, organising and planning. By the time night falls, we have a strategy. Contact witnesses individually. Show them proof. Offer protection in exchange for testimony. build the case piece by piece until it's undeniable. Then, when we have enough support, enough witnesses, enough evidence, we take it public. Senate session, full exposure, everything at once. And Romus falls. What about after? Rofan asks as we're settling in for the night. After what? After he falls. After he's arrested, tried, imprisoned. He looks at me. What do we do then? I think about it, about freedom, about life beyond revenge and survival. I don't know, I admit. I haven't thought past destroying him. Neither have I. He pulls me close. But maybe we should start. I curl against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, steady, strong, alive. Maybe we travel, I say quietly. See those places I wanted to see. The 3 sister cities, the Manticore Island, places Romus never touched. I could sail us there, if we got a ship. Could we? Just leave? Start over somewhere new? Why not? His hand strokes my hair. Once he's destroyed, once you're free, why couldn't we? The possibility opens before me. Life after revenge, life after survival, life that's ours to choose. I'd like that, I whisper. Sailing with you, seeing the world, being free. Then that's what we'll do, after. He kisses the top of my head, after we burn his world down. I fall asleep imagining it. Blue water and open sky, places Romus's influence never reached. A life that's mine, ours, by choice. But first we have work to do. The meeting with Darius happens in a warehouse that smells like rot and grain dust. He's smaller than I expected. Greying fur, stooped shoulders, the look of a man who's been beaten down by life. He eyes us suspiciously as we approach. You're the ones with information about Romus? He asks. We are. I produce the folder with his documents. Your shipping contracts, the ones Romus seized 5 years ago. Darius takes the folder with shaking hands, opens it, reads. His face goes through a series of emotions. Shock, anger, grief. This is proof he bribed the magistrate, proof the contracts were seized illegally. He looks up at us. Where did you get these? We stole them from his private safe, Rofan says bluntly, along with evidence of dozens of other crimes. Why? Why go after Romus? What's your stake in this? He destroyed my life, Rofan says. Stole everything from me. Left me to die. I'm returning the favour. He kept me as property for 3 years, I add. I witnessed him commit crimes daily. I want him to pay. Darius looks between us. 2 people with nothing to lose and everything to gain from Romus's destruction. If I testify, he says slowly, if I speak against him publicly, he'll retaliate. He'll be in prison, I interrupt, or dead, depending on how things go. But either way, he won't be able to touch you. You can't guarantee that. No, we can't. Rofan's voice is honest, but we can guarantee this. If you don't testify, Romus stays in power, keeps destroying lives, keeps getting away with it. Is that what you want? Darius looks at the documents in his hands, at the proof of his own destruction. No, he finally says. No, it's not. Then help us. I lean forward. Testify. Tell the Senate what he did to you. Help us build the case. And when he falls, you'll be there to watch. And maybe get your business back, Rofan adds. Once the contracts are voided as fraudulent. Darius is quiet for a long moment. Then he nods slowly. I'll do it. I'll testify. He hands the folder back. What do you need from me? Your story, documented, signed, ready to present to the Senate when the time comes. I take the folder. And your word that you won't warn Romus or his allies. You have it. Dario stands. When do we start? Now, I say. We start now. We spend the next hour documenting his testimony, every detail of how Romus destroyed his business, names, dates, amounts, everything the Senate will need to verify the crime. When we're done, Darius leaves, and we have our first witness. One down, Rofan says as we return to the daybreak. Many more to go, but I'm smiling. But it's a start, a real start. Back in the cabin, we add Darius's testimony to the evidence. The case is building, piece by piece, witness by witness. Romus's empire is starting to crack. We just need to keep pushing until it shatters completely.
Chapter 21. Rofan. The witnesses keep coming. The tavern owner whose daughter disappeared. The builder cheated on a contract. A dock worker who saw Romus murder a servant. A merchant's widow who can prove embezzlement. One by one, Klydos brings them to us. One by one, they see the evidence. And one by one, they agree to testify. The case is building. Becoming undeniable. That's 5, Helen says, adding another signed testimony to the stack. 5 witnesses willing to speak publicly against him. Is that enough? I ask. For corruption charges, yes. For murder. She pulls out the folder on the servant's death. This one is harder. Only one witness. Romus will claim the dock worker is lying. Unless we can prove a pattern. I touch the documents. Multiple deaths. Multiple disappearances. Show the Senate that one murder is part of many. We'd need more witnesses for that. Then we get more witnesses. I stand, moving to the porthole. How many do we need before we can go public? Helen is quiet, thinking. More is always better. But with what we have, the documents, 5 solid witnesses, the blackmail material, we could make a case now. Could, not should. Not should, she agrees. But soon. The longer we wait, the more chance Romus figures out who's building a case against him. Klydos appears in the doorway. Speaking of Romus, got news. What now? I turn to face him. He's making moves, calling in favors aggressively, threatening people who owe him. He's also been seen at the Temple of Zukiev, multiple times, praying, making offerings. Romus isn't religious, Helen says. No, but desperate men do desperate things. Klydos crosses his arms. My sources say he's afraid. Really afraid. He knows the documents are out there. Knows someone is building something against him. He's trying to shore up support before it hits. Good, I say. Fear makes people sloppy. It also makes them dangerous. Helen stands. If he feels cornered, he might do something drastic. Strike first. Against who? He doesn't know who has the documents. He'll have suspects. People who hate him. People he's wronged. She looks at Klydos. Has he been asking about anyone specific? He's had guards questioning people about you. The human woman he lost. Some think he believes you're somehow involved. My blood runs cold. He's looking for her. Not actively. But if she suddenly appeared in public, if she testified against him, he'd put it together pretty quickly. Klydos looks at Helen. You're the link. The one thing that connects the theft to the case. You'll need to stay hidden until we're ready to go fully public. I know. Helen doesn't look afraid, just thoughtful. Which means we need to decide. When do we go public? And how? I've been thinking about this. About the moment when we expose everything. When we take Romus down. The Senate, Helen says. Public session. We present the evidence, bring forward the witnesses, make it official, legal, clean. Too clean. I turn to face her. The Senate is corrupt. Romas has allies there. They'll try to bury it, delay it, protect their own. Not if we have enough evidence. It doesn't matter how much evidence we have if they won't listen. I cross to her. We need something bigger. Something public that they can't ignore or delay. Something that forces immediate response. Like what? The arena. Helen stares at me. What? The arena. Public challenge. I call Romas out. Accuse him publicly. Challenge him to prove his honor in combat. The plan is forming as I speak. If he refuses, he looks guilty. If he accepts, we fight. Either way, it becomes public spectacle that the Senate can't control. That's insane, Klydos says. And illegal. You can't just challenge a senator to combat. I can if I frame it properly. Not as citizen to senator, but as Fire Run survivor to Fire Run thief. I look at Helen. I accuse him of stealing my achievement, of leaving me to die. I demand justice through the old laws, trial by combat. The old laws haven't been used in decades, Helen says, but they're still valid, still on the books, and they allow for personal combat when honor is at stake. I'm pacing now, energy building. We make it about the Fire Run, about stolen glory, about betrayal. Make it personal, not political. Then during the challenge, we release the evidence. Show the crowd what else he's stolen, what else he's lied about. Helen is quiet, processing. It could work. If you frame it as personal grievance under old law, the Senate can't block it. And if the evidence comes out during the challenge, during public spectacle, they can't bury it. Exactly. There's one problem, Klydos says. If you challenge him to combat and he wins, you die. And all of this was for nothing. He won't win. You don't know that. You're stronger than you were, but you're not back to full strength. And Romas is a trained fighter. He's maintained himself while you were. I'll win. I say it with certainty. I survived Edgino, the arena, Ark Smithy. I'll survive him. Helen crosses to me, takes my face in her hands. You could do both. Challenge him publicly, make it spectacle, release the evidence. But don't fight him yourself. Let the evidence destroy him. Let him rot in prison instead of dying with honor in combat. No, the word is flat. I need this. Need to face him. Need him to know it was me. Need him to die knowing I took everything from him. Rofan. This isn't negotiable. I meet her gaze. I'll use your strategy for everything else. The evidence, the witnesses, the public revelation. But the end, the final moment when he falls, that has to be mine. She studies my face, sees the need there. The 20 years of survival that demand this ending. All right, she finally says. We do it your way. Public challenge in the arena. Release the evidence during the spectacle. Then you fight him. And we both pray you win. I'll win. You'd better. She kisses me quickly. Because I'm not finishing this alone. You promised. I promised. Klydos shakes his head. You're both insane. But I'll help. What do you need? Access to the arena authorities, to issue formal challenge under the old laws. I start planning. We need it public, announced, posted throughout Corona. Make it impossible for Romas to refuse without looking like a coward. When? Helen asks. Soon. Before he figures out what we're building. Before he can prepare. I look at the evidence spread across the cabin. We have enough. 5 witnesses. Documented crimes. Proof of blackmail. It's time. Then let's do it. Helen's voice is steady, determined. Let's end this. We spend the evening crafting the challenge. The wording has to be perfect. specific enough to be valid under old law, public enough that Romas can't ignore it. Rofan of Corona, survivor of the Fire Run and rightful claimant of sacred achievement, hereby challenges Senator Romas to trial by combat in the public arena. The charge: theft of glory, betrayal of companion, abandonment to death on Aegino's shores. Let the gods judge between us. Let honor be restored. Simple, direct, impossible to misunderstand. How do we deliver it? Klytos asks. Publicly, posted at the arena, the Senate House, the temple, the markets. I fold the paper carefully. Make sure everyone in Corona knows about it before Romas does. That's a lot of posting. Then we hire people to do it. Use some of the money from... I stop. We don't have money. I have jewelry, Helen says quietly. From the villa. The sapphires Romas gave me. We can sell them. Helen, I don't want them. They're his, not mine. Might as well use them to destroy him. She produces the necklace from somewhere in her things. The one Romas gave her our first night. This should be worth enough to hire anyone we need. Klytos takes the necklace. I'll handle it. Get the challenge posted everywhere by dawn. He leaves. Helen and I are alone with the challenge that will change everything. This is it, she says. Once this goes public, there's no going back. No going back. Romas will come for you. For us. He'll know we're the ones who stole the documents, who built the case, who issued the challenge. Let him come. I pull her close. We're ready. Are we? No, but we're doing it anyway. I kiss her forehead. Tomorrow, Corona wakes up to the challenge. Tomorrow, everything changes. And if he refuses? He won't. His pride won't allow it. Being called a thief and coward publicly? He'll have to accept. I look at the evidence around us. And when he does, when we're in that arena with the whole city watching, that's when we release everything. Show them who he really is. Then you kill him. Then I kill him. I don't flinch from it. For Aegino, for the arena, for Ark's smithy, for you, for everyone he's destroyed. Helen leans into me. I love you. And I'm terrified for you. Both at once. I love you too. And I'll come back. I always come back. You'd better. We hold each other in the cabin that's been our home, our war room, our refuge. Tomorrow the challenge goes public. Tomorrow we step into the light. Tomorrow we start the endgame.
Chapter 22. Helen. The arena day arrives. I wake before dawn, Rofan still sleeping beside me. I watch him in the grey light, memorising his face, the scars, the exhaustion lines, the way he looks almost peaceful when he's not carrying the weight of 20 years of rage. Today could be the last time I see him alive. No. I push the thought away. He's going to win. He promised. He stirs, opens his eyes, sees me watching. Today, he says quietly. Today, we rise. Dress in silence. The weight of what's coming presses down like physical force. Klytos appears with food, bread, meat, fruit, things to give Rofan strength. He eats mechanically, tasting nothing, his mind already in the arena. The crowd's already gathering, Klytos reports. Biggest turnout in decades. Every seat sold. Standing room only. Senators taking their boxes. This is massive. Good. Rofan straps on his knife, the only weapon allowed into the arena. The bigger the audience, the harder to bury the truth. I'm organising the final evidence packets. My hands are steady, despite the churning in my stomach. You don't have to do this, Rofan says quietly. You could watch from safety. Let the documents speak for themselves. We've had this conversation. I don't look up. I'm testifying. End of discussion. Helen. Rofan. I finally meet his gaze. I've been silent for 3 years. Today, I speak. Today, Corona hears what he did. From me. In my own words. He can't argue with that. Just stay close to Klytos. If anything goes wrong, I know. I cross to him, touch his face. But nothing will go wrong. You'll win. We'll expose him, and then we'll be free. Free, he repeats. Free. I pull him close, breathing in his scent. I love you. Now go win this fight so we can have that future. Yes, ma'am. Almost a smile, from both of us. The walk to the arena feels surreal. Crowds line the streets, shouting, placing bets. Some cheer for Romus, the senator, the hero. Others cheer for Rofan, the mad Minotaur returned from death. Most just cheer for blood, for spectacle. I walk beside Rofan, head high. Simple dress, not Romus's finery, but honest clothes. My hair braided back. I look strong, defiant, ready. Guards at the arena entrance try to stop me. No civilians on the arena floor? She's a witness, Klytos interrupts, called to testify in this challenge. Old law permits it. The guards look uncertain but let us pass. The arena is massive. Circular stone structure, seats rising in tiers, the sand floor in the centre stained dark from centuries of blood. Every seat is full. Standing room packed. The roar of the crowd is deafening. And in the senator's box, surrounded by guards and advisors, sits Romas. I see him for the first time since the abduction. He looks older, softer. His horns polished, his robes expensive. Everything screams wealth and status. But his eyes are afraid. He knows. Wait here, Rofan says, gesturing to a position near the arena edge where Klytos stands. Stay close to him. Stay safe. I will, after I testify. Helen, after. I squeeze his hand once, then release it. Go. Show them what you are. He walks toward the centre of the arena, and I move to stand with Klytos at the edge, close enough to see everything, close enough to speak when the time comes. Far enough, I hope, to be safe. Rofan the Damned! The arena master's voice booms across the sand. Step forward. The crowd's roar intensifies as Rofan takes his position. He looks exactly like what he is, a survivor, a weapon, a ghost returned from hell. Senator Romas! The arena master continues. Step forward to answer the challenge. Romas descends from his box, takes his time, playing to the crowd, performing confidence. He's wearing ceremonial armour, polished, expensive, more for show than function. But he's trained. I can see it in the way he moves. They face each other across 20 feet of sand. 2 Minotaurs, 2 fire run survivors, 2 versions of the same story. Only one telling the truth. Rofan of Corona, the arena master intones. State your challenge. Senator Romus stole my achievement, Rofan says, his voice carrying across the arena. On Aegino's shores, we both completed the fire run, both retrieved the sacred lava, both earned the honour. But Romus took my ship, my crew, my glory. He left me to die and built his legend on my bones. I demand justice. I demand his life. The crowd roars, half in approval, half in shock. Senator Romus, the arena master says. Your response? This madman abandoned honour on Aegino. Romus's voice is smooth, practiced. He attacked me in the night, tried to murder me for my achievement. I escaped with my life and returned to warn Corona of his betrayal. He went mad on that cursed island, and now he spreads lies to excuse his cowardice. Lies? Rofan steps forward. I have proof, witnesses, documents that show exactly what you are. Documents can be forged. Romus spreads his hands. Madmen see conspiracies everywhere. Then let's show the people. Rofan gestures to Klytos. Let them judge. Klytos signals. Throughout the arena, people begin distributing papers, the copied documents, the evidence, passing them through the crowd, to the senators' boxes, to everyone watching. I hold my breath, watching the confusion ripple through the crowd. People reading, reacting, gasping. This is it, the moment we've been building toward. What is this? The arena master looks baffled. My cue. I step forward from where I've been standing with Klytos. Walk onto the sand. Every eye turns to me. My heart pounds. My hands shake. But my voice is steady. I am Helen of Corona, I say clearly. For 3 years, Senator Romus kept me as his captive, his property, and for 3 years I watched him commit crimes, murder, blackmail, bribery. Everything you're reading in those documents, I witnessed it, I survived it, and today I testify to it. The arena goes silent. You could hear a pin drop. Romus's face goes white, then red. She's lying. She was a willing companion. I was a slave. My voice cuts through his protests. You bought me from raiders who killed my family. You kept me in a villa under guard. You used me and hurt me and made me perform gratitude for my own imprisonment. I turned to address the crowd, the senators. All of Corona watching. I watched you order a servant killed for spilling wine. I heard you blackmail Senator Kairos. I saw you take bribes from foreign merchants. I read your correspondence about embezzlement, illegal seizures, every crime you thought no one would prove. I looked directly at him. And I kept it all in my memory, every name, every date, every crime, because I knew someday someone would care enough to listen. The senators are on their feet now, reading the documents, talking urgently among themselves. Senator Kairos holds up one of the letters, the one proving Romus blackmailed him. His face is pale. These documents, Kairos says slowly, if they're authentic. They're forgeries, Romus shouts desperately. Planted by a fugitive slave and a madman. You can't trust stolen papers. Can't we? Senator Marcellus holds up another letter. This one details embezzlement from the Senate Treasury. Very specific amounts, very specific dates. Lies, all lies. Romus is losing control, panicking. The evidence is extensive, Kairos says, but Senator Romus raises a point. These documents were stolen. The woman is a fugitive from his household. The challenger is, he pauses, of questionable stability. So you'll ignore the truth because of how it was obtained? Rofan's voice is hard. We need time to verify, Marcellus says, to investigate properly. This is a delay tactic, I interrupt. You're afraid of what he knows about you, what he'll reveal if you move against him. Kairos flinches. Because it's true. The senators are trapped. They can see the evidence. Some of them are implicated in it. But acting on stolen documents from a fugitive and a madman sets a dangerous precedent. They need cover. A way to move against Romus without seeming to abandon one of their own based on questionable evidence. There is another way, an older senator says, Senator Theron, ancient and respected. The old laws, trial by combat. The arena goes quiet. The challenge has already been issued, Theron continues, his voice carrying authority. Rofan accuses Romus of theft and betrayal. Romus claims innocence. The evidence is disputed. He looks around at his fellow senators. Let the gods judge. If Rofan wins, the evidence is deemed true by divine will. If Romus wins, the accusations are false and the documents dismissed as forgeries. Murmurs through the crowd, the senators conferring urgently. I see what Theron is doing, giving them political cover, If the gods validate the evidence through combat, they can act without seeming to turn on their own. If Romus wins, the problem disappears. Clever, cowardly, but effective. That's barbaric, one senator protests. We're a civilized society. We use the laws available to us. Theron counters. When evidence is compromised, when both sides claim truth, the old laws exist for exactly this situation. Trial by combat. Let the gods decide. He's right, Kairos says slowly. He's looking at the documents in his hands, the ones proving his own crimes. He needs the combat to validate them so he has cover. Trial by combat. Let the gods judge between truth and lies. More senators agreeing now, seeing the solution. "This is absurd!" Romus shouts. "I will not!" "You already accepted the challenge," the arena master says. "The terms are set. Combat to the death. Now the Senate has added stipulation. The victor's claims are deemed true by divine judgment." Romus's face goes from red to white. He sees the trap. Win or lose, questions will follow. But his pride won't let him back down. "Then let's end this," he snarls at Rofan. "Let's finish what we started on Egino." "Gladly," Rofan says. I back away from the sand, returning to Klytos at the arena edge. My part is done. I've testified. The evidence is distributed. The terms are set. Now it's Rofan's turn. The arena master raises his hand. "Combatants, prepare. This is trial by combat to the death. The gods will judge the righteous. The victor's testimony shall be deemed truth by divine will. Begin." His hand hovers in the air. The crowd holds its breath. Rofan and Romus face each other across the sand. 20 years of betrayal. 20 years of suffering. All coming down to this moment. The arena master's hand drops. "Begin!" Romus charges, and I can only watch. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 23. Rofan. Romus is fast, faster than I expected. His fist drives toward my face and I barely dodge, feeling the air whistle past my ear. He's been training, staying sharp while living in luxury. Good. I want him at his best when I kill him. His next strike I catch. Twist his wrist hard. Feel bones grind against each other. He roars and yanks free, backing away. 20 years, I say quietly, circling. 20 years of hell because of you. You were weak. He circles opposite, looking for an opening. You would have died on Egino anyway. I just survived better. You stole from me. I took what I deserved. He lunges again, faster this time. I sidestep and drive my elbow into his ribs. Something cracks. He stumbles. The crowd roars. They don't care who wins. They just want blood. The arena, I say, following him as he retreats. 2 years fighting for my life while you lived in luxury. Not my problem. He's breathing hard now, hurt. Ark Smithy. The words come out rough. Months of being drained, used, destroyed while you wore my achievement like a crown. Should have died there. He's trying to catch his breath. Would have been easier. For you, maybe. I charge. We collide in the center of the arena, grappling. He's heavier, but I'm desperate. I'm rage personified. I'm 20 years of survival condensed into violence. My knee drives into his gut. Once. Twice. He gasps, tries to pull away. I don't let him. My fist connects with his jaw, his horn, his ribs. Over and over. Every blow for every hell I endured. Every nightmare. Every moment I thought I wouldn't survive. Every time I wanted to die but kept living anyway. He goes down, tries to crawl away through the sand. I follow. The crowd is screaming now, cheering, betting, calling for the kill. I grab Romus by his expensive armor and flip him onto his back, straddle his chest. My knife is in my hand before I realize I've drawn it. His eyes are wide, afraid. He's never been this close to death before. Never felt the cold certainty of mortality pressing down on him. "Rofan!" he gasps. Blood runs from his nose, his mouth. "Wait. We can make a deal. I have money, power. We can share." "There's nothing you have that I want." I raise the knife. "Except your death." "Rofan!" Helen's voice cuts through my rage. "Rofan, not yet!" I stop. Look up. She's at the arena edge, surrounded by guards who've drawn weapons. Not city guards. Romus's private guards. Agathon, Romus's right hand, and 5 more, all armed with short swords. The contingency. The insurance. Romus never planned to fight fair. "Let him stand," Agathon calls, his voice smooth even now. "This isn't over." The arena master is protesting, but no one's listening. The guards are advancing onto the sand, weapons ready. This is illegal, interfering with trial by combat. But Romus is a senator, and these are his men, and the city guards aren't moving to stop them. "Rofan!" Klydos is there too, at Helen's side, knife drawn. But 6 armed guards against 2. Those are bad odds. I look at Romus, still on the ground beneath me. Then at Helen, surrounded. Then back to Romus. My knife is at his throat. 1 cut, 1 motion, 20 years of revenge fulfilled. But Helen is in danger. "Call them off," I growl at Romus. "Why would I do that?" He's coughing blood, but smiling. Actually smiling. "You're going to die here, Rofan, and your little human with you. Should have stayed dead." Red fills my vision. The guards are getting closer. Too close to Helen. Agathon is reaching for her. I have to choose. Finish Romus here and now, but risk Helen dying. Or save Helen and risk Romus escaping. There's no choice. There never was. I drive my fist into Romus's face, hard enough to stun, not kill, and launch myself off him. Sprint toward Helen. The guards see me coming. 2 turn to intercept. I crash into the first one with my shoulder, sending him sprawling. The second swings his sword. I duck under it and drive my knife into his thigh. He screams and goes down. 4 left, plus Agathon. "Helen!" I shout. "Get back!" But she's not backing away. She's stepping forward, toward Agathon. What is she doing? "You want me?" Her voice is clear, strong. "Then come get me." Agathon smiles. Brave words from the senator's woman. He lunges at her, and everything happens at once. Helen sidesteps, clumsy but effective. Her fist drives into his kidney. Klydos is there, his knife flashing. Agathon's sword arm sprays blood. He roars, dropping the blade. "Now, Helen!" Klydos shouts. Helen grabs the fallen sword. It's too heavy for her, awkward in her hands. But Agathon is clutching his bleeding arm, off balance, vulnerable. She drives the blade forward. It catches him in the gut. Slides in. Hot blood fountaining. His eyes go wide. Shocked. Disbelieving. Helen just killed Agathon. The other guards hesitate. Their leader is down. The old man and the woman just killed their commander. Maybe this isn't the easy target they thought. I reach Helen's side, sword in hand from the guard I wounded. The remaining guards are circling now, uncertain. Behind me I hear movement on the sand. Romus, struggling to his feet. No, not now. Not when we're this close. One of the guards moves toward Helen. I intercept him, our blades clashing. He's trained, skilled, but I'm fighting for her life. I can't lose her. Not after everything. My blade finds his shoulder. He drops his sword with a scream. Another guard charges from my blind spot. Klydos tackles him from the side. They go down in a tangle. The crowd is in chaos now, half cheering the violence, half calling for the city guards to intervene. The senators are shouting orders nobody's following. 2 guards left. They're backing away now, seeing their odds. 4 of their 6 down or injured. This was supposed to be easy. Rophon! Helen's voice. Warning. I spin. Romus is running, limping toward the arena exit, blood streaming from his face. Running like the coward he is. No! I sprint after him. He's injured, slow. I'm faster, even exhausted. I catch him 10 feet from the exit, grab his armor and throw him back into the sand. He lands hard, tries to crawl again. I'm on him in seconds. Flip him over, knife in hand. No more running, I say. No more lies. No more stealing from people and leaving them to die. Rophon, please! He's begging now. All the pride, all the arrogance gone. Just a coward facing death. I'll give you anything. Everything. Just... there's nothing you have that I want. I drive the knife into his heart. Once, twice, 3 times. Making sure. His eyes stay open. Shocked. Like he never really believed it would end this way. Like he thought his wealth and power and position would save him. They didn't. The arena is silent. Then, eruption. Half the crowd cheering. The other half screaming in shock or outrage. The senators on their feet, arguing, shouting orders. But it's done. Romus is dead. The stolen glory is reclaimed. Justice is served. I stand over his body, breathing hard, covered in blood, his and mine and the guards. Look up at the senator's box. The gods have judged, I say, my voice carrying across the sudden quiet. Your verdict stands. The evidence is true. Senator Kiros is pale, but he nods. The combat was legal. The divine judgment is rendered. He looks at the other senators. The investigation will proceed based on the authenticated evidence. Arena guards are flooding onto the sand now. City guards, not Romus's private thugs. Taking control, separating the combatants, trying to restore order. One approaches me. You need to come with us. Trial by combat under old law, I say flatly. The gods judged. He lost. Nevertheless, interfering guards, multiple casualties. Let him go. Senator Kairos' voice rings out. He's holding the evidence packet. The challenge was legal. The combat was fair until Senator Romus's guards interfered illegally, which, I note, invalidates any claim of foul play on the challenger's part, self-defense against illegal armed interference. The evidence must be reviewed, Senator Marcellus adds, but the divine judgment stands. Senator Romus lost. His claims are deemed false. The challenger's claims, and the woman's testimony, are deemed true by the gods. The city guards look between the senators and me, uncertain. The combat was legal, Kairos repeats firmly. And the victor goes free. Those are the terms of trial by combat. The guards step back. I walk toward Helen. Past bodies, past witnesses, past senators and spectators in chaos. She's standing at the arena edge, covered in Agathon's blood, her hands shaking but her eyes clear. She killed someone to save herself. I reach her, pull her into my arms. You killed Agathon, I say into her hair. I did. Are you all right? No, but I will be. She pulls back to look at me. It's over. He's dead. We did it. We did it. Klytos limps over, his arm bleeding but grinning. That was insane. Completely insane. And illegal in about 6 different ways. But effective, I say. But effective, he agrees. The senators are already conferring, calling for immediate investigation, summoning magistrates, the machine of justice grinding into motion now that the divine judgment has given them cover. Romas's body is being removed from the sand. His guards, the surviving ones, being arrested for illegal interference. The evidence is being distributed to every senator, every magistrate, every official who needs to see it. The case is building, the exposure happening, everything we planned, finally in motion. Can they still arrest us? Helen asked quietly. For what? Legal combat? Self-defense against illegal armed guards? Klytos shakes his head. The senators made their ruling. The gods validated the evidence. They can't arrest the victims of the crimes they're now investigating. So we're free. You're free. The word hits like a physical force. Free. Helen starts laughing. Can't help it. Slightly hysterical. Probably shock. We're free. We actually did it. We destroyed him. We survived. We're free. Then she's crying. Laughing and crying at once. 3 years of trauma releasing in ugly, messy sobs. I hold her. Let her fall apart on the arena sand, surrounded by guards and bodies in chaos. Let her be human again. We're led to a holding area. Not cells, just rooms to clean up while the Senate convenes emergency session. Helen washes Agathon's blood from her hands. It takes several attempts. Her hands won't stop shaking. First kill is always hard, Klytos says quietly. Does it get easier? No. But you learn to carry it. I sit beside her, take her shaking hands in my scarred ones. You saved yourself. I wanted to save you, but you saved yourself. You taught me how. I taught you basics. You did the rest. I squeeze her hands. I'm proud of you. A knock at the door. A city official enters, nervous. The Senate has reviewed the preliminary evidence, he says. They've voted to open full investigation into Senator Romas's activities. All blackmail material is being returned to victims. All illegally seized assets are being reviewed. And us? I ask. The combat was legal. The challenge was valid under old law. Self-defense against armed guards is justified. He swallows. You're free to go. Both of you. Free to go. Just like that. We walk out of the arena together, into Corona's streets, into sunlight. The city is buzzing with news. Some people cheer. Others turn away. Most just stare. We're legends now, for better or worse. Where do we go? Helen asks quietly. Anywhere we want, I say. Anywhere we want, she repeats. We walk through Corona hand in hand. 2 survivors. 2 people who destroyed an empire and lived to tell about it. Behind us, the city churns with aftermath. But that's not our problem anymore.
Chapter 24. Helen. Most just stare, The mad Minotaur who killed a senator, the woman who killed his right hand. Legends now, whether we want to be or not. Klytos walks with us, his wounded arm bandaged but still functional. He's limping slightly from the fight, but grinning like he just won a fortune at dice. "That was the most insane thing I've ever been part of," he says. "And I've been part of a lot of insane things." "Sorry for dragging you into it," Rofan says. "Are you kidding? I wouldn't have missed it." Klytos claps him on the shoulder. "You gave me a purpose again. Made me feel useful instead of just existing." We walk in silence for a while, navigating the harbour district's familiar streets, heading toward the shipyard, toward the daybreak, toward the ship that's been our home, our war room, our refuge. But we're not staying there. Not anymore. "The Senate returned the mansion," Rofan says quietly. "Everything Roma stole. It's mine again. Ours." "When?" I ask. The official sent word while we were in the holding area. Immediate return of all seized properties. The investigation is moving fast now that they have cover to act. I look at him. At this man who's reclaimed everything Roma's took. His achievement, his honour, his home, his life. "Do you want to go there?" I ask. "To the mansion?" "I want to go wherever you want to go," he says. That's not an answer. He stops walking, turns to face me fully. "Yes, I want to see it. Want to walk into my home, my real home, and know it's mine again. That he didn't win. That he couldn't keep what he stole." He pauses. "But only if you'll come with me." "Of course I'll come with you." I touch his face gently. "It's your home, our home now, if you'll have me." "If I'll have you." He almost laughs. "Helen, you're the only reason any of this matters. The mansion, the victory, all of it. It's meaningless if you're not there." Klytos clears his throat. "I'll just be over here, not listening to this." "Shut up," Rofan tells him, but there's no heat in it. We reach the daybreak as darkness settles over the shipyard. The old ship looks exactly as we left it, tilted, rotting, forgotten by everyone except us. It saved us, sheltered us, gave us space to plan and heal and become something other than victim and captor. "I'll miss this place," I say quietly. "It's a rotting hulk," Rofan points out. "I know. But it was ours." We climb aboard one last time. The cabin is still full of our things. Blankets, the remnants of our planning, the charcoal map on the wall showing the villa we infiltrated. Evidence of everything we survived together. I start gathering my few possessions. The simple dresses Klytos brought. The comb. Not much. I came here with nothing but a nightgown and Romas's cloak. I'm leaving with freedom and a future. That's worth more than any possessions. Rofan collects his things too, mostly weapons and the clothes Klytos acquired. He pauses at the charcoal map, studying it. "We should erase this," I say. "No need to leave evidence of what we planned." "No." He touches the lines representing the villa, the guard positions, the route he took. "Leave it. Let whoever finds this ship someday see what we did. How we destroyed a senator with planning and courage and refusing to give up." That's surprisingly poetic. "Don't tell anyone. I have a reputation to maintain." I smile despite everything. Despite the blood still under my fingernails. Despite the weight of Agathon's death settling into my bones. I killed someone today. The thought keeps circling my mind, over and over. I ended a life. Drove a sword into another person and watched them die. My hands start shaking again. Rofan sees, crosses to me immediately, takes my shaking hands in his steady ones. "Talk to me," he says quietly. "I killed him." My voice is small. I know he deserved it. I know it was self-defense. I know he would have killed me without hesitation. But I stop. I can still feel the sword going in, the resistance, The way he looked at me. I know. Does it get easier, the memory? No, but you learn to carry it. He pulls me close. The first kill stays with you forever, but so does the reason you did it. He was going to hurt you. You defended yourself. That's not murder, Helen. That's survival. Klytos said the same thing. Because it's true. He strokes my hair gently. You're not a killer. You're a survivor who did what was necessary. There's a difference. I want to believe him. Want to believe I'm not fundamentally changed by what I did. But I can still feel the weight of that sword, the finality of it. Come on, Rofan says gently. Let's get out of here. Go see the mansion. Start the next part of our lives. I nod and finish gathering my things. It doesn't take long. We have so little. But we have each other, and freedom, and a future we get to choose. That's everything. Klytos is waiting on deck when we emerge. Ready? Ready, Rofan confirms. We leave the daybreak behind. Walk through the shipyard one last time, past the rotting hulks and forgotten vessels. The harbour district gives way to better streets, cleaner buildings, the merchant quarter, then the residential areas where the wealthy live. And there, on the hillside overlooking Corona, sits the mansion. I've seen it from a distance before. Everyone in Corona has. The grand house where Senator Romas lived. Marble columns, beautiful gardens, the symbol of his success. But it was never his. It was always Rofan's. Stolen. Like everything else. We climb the hill as night settles over the city. The mansion looms ahead, lit by torches. The gates stand open. The Senate must have ordered them unlocked. Rofan stops at the entrance. Just stands there, staring at his home. 20 years, he says quietly. 20 years since I last walked through these gates. Do you remember it? I ask. Every detail. His voice is rough with emotion. The captain's quarters upstairs, the gallery where we displayed our trophies from voyages, the garden where Klytos and I used to drink jisk and plan our next journey. He pauses. Romas lived in my home, sat in my chairs, slept in my bed, wore my glory like it was his. But it's yours again now. I take his hand. Come on, let's reclaim it properly. We walk through the gates together, up the path through gardens that Romas maintained, to the grand entrance with its carved doors. Rofan pushes them open. The interior is exactly as I imagined. Expensive, beautiful, excessive. Marble floors, painted ceilings, furniture that costs more than most people earn in a lifetime. Romas's taste, Romas's choices, Romas's stamp on everything. We'll change it, I say immediately. Make it ours. Replace everything that's his. Yes. Rofan walks through the grand entrance hall, touching walls, running his hands over surfaces. The bones are the same, the structure, but everything else. He stops in front of a large painting. His face twists with disgust. Everything else is his. The painting is of Romas. Of course it is. Heroic, triumphant, the fire-run hero gazing nobly into the distance, built on lies. First thing we change, I say firmly. That comes down. Agreed. We walk through the mansion together, room after room, each one filled with Romas's things, his furniture, his decorations, his carefully curated image of success. But underneath I can see glimpses of what it was before, the architecture, the layout, the bones of a home built by someone else, by Rofan. We climb the stairs to the second floor, more rooms, more of Romas's stamp on everything. Then Rofan stops at a door. This was mine, he says quietly. The captain's quarters. He opens it. The room beyond is large, with windows overlooking the harbour. A massive bed. A desk, bookshelves, all expensive, all Romas's choices. But the view is what a ship captain would want. The harbour spread below, ships coming and going, the endless possibility of the sea. We'll make it ours, I say again. New furniture, new everything. This is your home, Rofan, not his, yours. He pulls me close, looking out at the harbour together. Ours, he corrects. This is our home now, if you want it. I want it. I lean into him. I want a home with you, a life with you, a future we build together. Then that's what we'll have. We stand there as night deepens over Corona, in the mansion that was stolen and reclaimed, in the home that will be ours. Below us, the city continues. The Senate is investigating. Witnesses are testifying. Justice is grinding forward. But that's their work now, not ours. We did our part. Exposed the truth. Killed the monster. Survived. Now we get to live. I love you, I say quietly. I love you too. His arms tighten around me. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life making sure you never regret choosing me. I could never regret you. We stay like that for a long time. Two survivors, two broken people who found each other in hell and fought their way out together.
Chapter 25. Rofan. The mansion on the hill is mine again. The Senate returned it within days. Romas's illegal seizure documented, reversed. Everything he stole, returned. My home. My legacy. Helen stands in the grand entrance, looking up at the marble columns, the painted ceilings. This was yours. This was ours. I pull her close. Mine and my crew's, before he took it. It's beautiful. It's empty. I turn her to face me. But we can fill it. Make it ours. Really ours. She looks up at me, understanding in her eyes. A new beginning. A new beginning. I kiss her. In the home I was meant to have. With the woman I choose. Show me, she whispers. Show me every room. Claim it all back. With me. Gladly. I scoop her up. Her legs wrap my waist instantly and carry her through the echoing halls. Marble cold under my hooves, torchlight flickering across her golden hair. Every room we pass feels like reclaiming territory. Every step deeper into the mansion is another piece of Romas erased. I don't make it to the bedroom. The grand receiving hall, high ceilings, long banquet table still draped in dust sheets, will do. I kick the door shut behind us, set her on the edge of the massive table. She's already tugging at my tunic, nails raking my chest. Show me, she breathes. Show me I'm yours now. No more cages, no more performances. Just us. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
She presses her face to my throat. I'm yours, she whispers. Really yours. Yes, you are, I murmur into her hair. No more cages. No more ghosts. Just us. She tilts her head up, kisses me. Slow, deep, tasting of salt and sex. Every room, she says softly. We'll claim them all. Again and again. I smile, real, tired, alive. Starting tomorrow, I promise. after we burn the last of him down. She nods, nestles closer. The mansion is quiet around us, ours again, and tonight, so are we.
Chapter 26. Helen. I stand on the balcony of the hillside mansion, watching ships enter Corona's harbour. Our ship is among them. Rolfan is down at the docks, overseeing the unloading of cargo. We've been sailing again, not for survival or revenge, but because we can. Because the sea called to him, and I wanted to see the world. We've been to the 3 sister cities, sailed around the Manticore Island, traded with merchants from the floating continent. Everything I dreamed of as a merchant's daughter, made real. And we always come back here, to Corona, to this mansion, to home. The city has changed. The Senate investigation exposed dozens of corrupt officials. Kyros and Marcellus are leading reforms. The witnesses we gathered, Darius and the others, have had their lives restored, their businesses returned. Justice, slow but thorough. I hear footsteps behind me. Turn to see Rolfan climbing the stairs to the balcony, his face bright with the exertion and the joy of being on a ship again. Good trip? I ask. Excellent trip. Sold everything at premium prices. The 3 sister cities are hungry for Milthar goods. He crosses to me, pulls me into his arms. And I missed you. You were gone 4 days. 4 days too long. I laugh. You're getting soft. I am, and I don't care. He kisses the top of my head. How was Corona? Quiet. Klytos came by yesterday. He's been hired as the new master of the guard at the arena. Actual position, actual pay. He's thriving. Good. He deserves it. The Senate also sent another request. They want you to testify about the fire run. Make an official account for the historical records. What did you tell them? That you'd think about it. I turn in his arms to look up at him. Will you? He's quiet for a moment, looking out over Corona, the city that destroyed him, the city he reclaimed. Maybe, he finally says, not to vindicate myself. I don't need that anymore, but for the truth, so the real story is recorded. You've changed, I observe. When we started this, all you wanted was revenge. I got revenge, and justice, and you. He touches my face. Turns out revenge isn't enough to build a life on, but love is. Love and sailing. Love and sailing, he agrees, smiling, and coming home. Home. The word still feels new, foreign, but increasingly right. This mansion isn't the cage the villa was. It's ours, filled with our choices, our things, our life together. We've made it home. There's something I need to tell you, I say quietly. What? I'm pregnant. Rolfan goes very still, his hands on my waist tighten. You're... He can't seem to finish the sentence. Pregnant. About 2 months, the healer thinks. I search his face. I know we didn't plan this. I know we're still figuring out what we are, what we're building. He kisses me, hard and thorough and full of emotion I can't quite name. We're having a child, he says when he pulls back, his voice rough with wonder. We are. A child, here, in this house. Our child. Are you... Is this... Now I'm the one struggling for words. Are you happy about this? Happy? He laughs, the sound bright and genuine. Helen, I'm terrified. I have no idea how to be a father. I'm broken and scarred and I've done terrible things. So have I. But yes, I'm happy. More than happy. He pulls me close, his hand moving to rest on my still flat stomach. We're going to have a family. A real family. Something I never thought I'd have again. I lean into him, feeling the solidity of his presence, the warmth of his joy. It's a girl, I say. I think. I don't know why, but I feel it. A daughter. He says the word like a prayer. We'll teach her to sail, to fight, to think for herself, to never let anyone make her feel like she's property. We'll teach her about survival and love, and that broken people can build beautiful things. Yes. We stand on the balcony as the sun sets over Corona, his hand on my stomach, my head on his chest. Two survivors building a life from the ruins of what they were. It's not perfect. We both still have nightmares. I still flinch at sudden movements sometimes. He still wakes in the night, reaching for weapons that aren't there. But we're healing. Together. And now we're creating something new. A life that's innocent and full of possibility. A chance to give our daughter everything we didn't have. Safety, choice, freedom, love. What should we name her? Rofan asks. I don't know yet. Something strong. Something that means freedom or hope or new beginnings. We have time to decide. We have all the time in the world. Below us, Corona settles into evening. The city where we destroyed a monster, where we reclaimed what was stolen, where we learned that revenge can lead to justice, and justice can lead to healing, where we built a future from the ashes of the past. I love you, Rofan says quietly. I love you too. And in this moment, standing on the balcony of a reclaimed mansion, watching the sun set on a city that tried to destroy us both, I'm not just surviving anymore. I'm living, we both are, together, free. And that's enough. That's everything.